let's get start with the demo of .NET Blazor Hybrid App with Firebase Real-Time DB and Firebase Auth. So here my application got running. So this is my web applications, and this is my window application, and this is my running on that Android app. And also there is a other platform also will run like macOS, iOS, and other platforms. So now what we have in this demo which we trying to build, let me show you. So now first we have that login features we can that user can log in, and also we does not have a user username and password with login credentials, so they can just create a that new registration. So there's another feature we have which user can register in this app. And once you're done, so once I done, suppose I just logged in with this admin user, suppose I have a role with the admin users, and once I admin user, so we can see there's a section of the user list, right? So here we can manage that user, like what are the user, what are the roles we can I can provide them, and if I want to delete, so user also can the delete if they have that admin user, except that admin user don't have that permission to add a new user or update that, assign the roles and all. So for example, let me just add that another roles over here. For example, over here HR user, so once I add it over here, get that user information over here, and if I want to update, for example, HR and account, and just once I update, so we have to see these two roles which we assign in this particular user. Like that we can manage our user management system and hotel management system. So that feature we have over here as well. Like once you go to that hotel list, so it will show me all that hotel list which we have, that we can add. Also we can add new hotels along with that, whatever that file or image and all, so that will be stored in our Firebase DB as well. So that mechanism over there, so once you create this hotel, so this will be stored in our new hotels in this list as well. And if I want to update, so I can easily update as well. So once I that click in the update, so I can update, and whatever the changes over there we want to do, that we can do that. Even there is another feature over here that we can delete as well. So user can manage, insert, update, delete and everything, that particular hotels as like that user list. So this is that admin role. So admin role can do everything, right? If it does not have admin role, for example, this is my web application, so I logged in with this one of the user which does not have that admin roles, so that roles only we can read that hotel list. But once I try to add it, so for example, let me try to edit something over here, so I can get that list. But once I try to change the any image, and once I try to update, so that user does not have that permission to update, because this user have only permission to read, they does not have that permission to write. So that also we can that we have to implement in this session. So once I click go back that user list, so see, once this user does not have admin roles, so once I click that user list, so they have only not authorized, because this component does not have that authentication of that particular user, that's why they are not able to see that. So that's also another feature which we have in this applications. And once it's done, now we have that almost all that, and we have also, if you user want to logged out, so it will logged out as well. So there is a complete application which have that hotel management system as well as the user management system, and also storage that file in our Firebase storage. So that complete application will be built in this session. And also just try to log in with, suppose for example, this is mobile application, and here I want to just logged in over here as a new user. So let me add a users@gmail.com, and whatever my password, so that password just logged in this user. And this user does not have that other roles as well. For example, if I click that hotel list, so this user does not have the read permission as well for this hotel list. So that's why we are not able to see that hotel list, because you are unauthorized, right? So except this user only, we can just nothing we can do, just we can see that that main dashboard screen. Apart from this we can't do that anything. So that application will be built in this session. Definitely it will take some time, but yeah, you will learn lots of things in this session, like how we can create a new Blazor hybrid app, how we can integrate your Firebase DB, real-time DB, how we can integrate your authentications, and how we can use that authorization, how we can implement role-based authentications, and how we can store that how we can store your image and file in our Firebase DB, Firebase storage. So many things we will run. So before I start to implementation, I'm especially recommend, if you first time visit my channel, so go to my channel, so which is .NET Real World Example. Here you can learn many more other stuff as well. Like if you see, this is the complete session which we have trying to build and deployed our application complete with using Blazor web app assembly and Firebase DB. And also we have hosted the number application in Google Firebase, which is completely free, so you can learn this one also. And also parallelly we are going on in .NET MAUI application. So here our .NET MAUI application is going on, for example this guy. So this is also we are trying to covering this complete feature in .NET MAUI is a separate series. And apart from this, you can learn many of the things like AI, latest AI things, how we can generate our app using that AI and all. So those are things you can just check out in my channel. So let's get start implementation. So open up Visual Studio, click on the create new project, open the Visual Studio. I just open the Visual Studio 2022, and once you look for this guy, like see this guy, so Blazor Hybrid App. So in this template you will get this two template, right? So previously we have that this template which only just provide the .NET MAUI application, which hybrid application, which have only just iOS application, Android application, and that rest of the things, but not including web application. But there they just include this new template which is .NET 9 with the .NET 9 with preview 5 version. So see .NET MAUI Blazor hybrid app along with web app. So you don't need to create separate web application and to register and all, or just try to install everything from that scratch. So it will give that inbuilt, so we can do we can run our application for that all that platforms, right? So let me quickly start this guy. So choose next, and here I just put choose the location, whatever location I want, and here I can just use .NET MAUI with web app, right? And then just next, and whatever you actually see, there's another options over here, interactive mode, what interactive mode you want to use. So you can just use it like auto mode, WebAssembly mode, or server mode. So I will choose over here as a server mode, but up to you, you can choose whatever things you want, and rest of things I will keep it. And one more important part over here, this framework. So you have to install this .NET 9 preview. Without .NET preview you can't get this template. This is the new template, right? So use the .NET 9 and then create. So once your application got ready, now you are able to see these three project over here. Let me show you. See, previously the template only giving these options, but now they also introduce that shared component and that web application. That means uh, along with this platform, let me show you what is that platform. See, these are that .NET MAUI platform, right? So Android, iOS, Mac, Tizen, and Windows. But it is not, this application does not have that web application. So that's why this template comes in this .NET 9, which will run our application, web application as well, web application, right? So that's why they introduce. But yeah, in .NET 8 we have the flexibility, we can just add this application, shared library, and then use that web application, and we can do that. So that we have done already in our channel, so you can go through and then check out. But here see, that web application, what we have, nothing, just a simple web application component, and it's have that service, right? Okay, let me go through one by one. So first go open that shared library. So what we have in a shared library, shared with library, we have that layouts, right? So whatever layout, we don't need to depend on any platform, they actually keep it in shared library. And then whatever the pages, all the pages we have to here, and also we have the service. So let me open one by one. So see, this is, if you are familiar with this Blazor, so this is the common layout of that Blazor, that main layout and navigation menu, right? So that they have to add in this shared library. And now second one is the pages, right? So if you go to that pages, so they have that three default component, that is a counter page, home page, and weather page, right? So this is a default component which we'll have in a shared library, and this component will be, we can use across all that platform, like Android, Windows, and web applications. And that's all. And then another things over here, see, this is another one, is a service one. So what does mean in service? So see, it is just create a one service inside this here, in the shared library, and we can implement based on our platform. Like for example, see, get platform, right? So get platform means like which application is running, like for example is Android and iOS or Windows. So we can get, or we can implement accordingly based on that platform based code. So don't worry about that, as of now we have that interface. So let me show you how we can implement this guy. So once you go to any these two application, for example web application, let me go to that web application from factor implementation. So see, here we just inherit that iForm factor and just implement, okay, whatever that our current implementation, right, as per this platform. So like this way actually we can get, or we can use our native code based on that platform, right? So that's why actually they have to create this shared service, and we can across implementation based on that platform, we can do that. So this all that actually the structure we have, and this is a same structure we have over here for that all that Android, iOS, and all, right? And one more thing actually we have over here, if you go to that program.cs file, nothing which we have does in previously. So see, they just adding over here, okay, whatever the interactive mode. And this is that important part actually, see. So whatever the Razor class library we have just created, so they have to just add that reference and using that add additional assemblies, and we have to add that, okay, where's that our source, it is coming from this guy, and we can add whatever that assembly over here in this shared library, we can resolve our dependencies over here, we can use it, right? That, so like this way, same things we have to use in this MAUI program.cs as well. Like see, same additionally web developers we have to use over here, right? It is a web developer tools, but yeah, we don't need to do additionally, but yeah, we have to do using this guy. So this is a common default extension method we have to use in this template. But yeah, now we have to try to run, okay, how is look like. Okay, so let me run first in our Windows applications. For this application also we have to choose that two project over here, right? So one is that MAUI one and one is web one. So I will use that MAUI one, and it's have that all that platform. MAUI have that platform, like for example Android, iOS, and simulator and all, right? So I will run this Windows application first. Now our application is running, and also see whatever that platform is running, so it is actually also get it the data. Okay, so this is the desktop running, and which platform actually running, it is a window WinUI, and this is that version actually running. So this is this is that service actually returning the data based on that platform, right? And also that apart from this, the default component whatever we have, that shared library, right? So in this shared library we have that other three component, like counter, home, and weather forecast, right? So if you go back to here, so you will get, see, all that load data is loading properly. Same things we have to run in this Android one. So let me choose that emulator of that Android emulator and run it. Now your application got running on that Android. Now see, it is just telling, okay, what is that your Android version and which is running, right? It is running phone and using Android 14 version, and looks like whatever that components also looks working, all the shared component is working in over here as well. And don't worry about that, we'll create another new component, and we'll see how actually working for all that environment as well. So my Android is working fine, and Windows also is working fine, right? So let me open and run this application in this web application. So see, I have to choose then this project to for running this application in the web, and simply click the run. Now see, Windows application also got running, but here see the different implementation we got, like okay, it is running on the web using that Microsoft Windows this machine, right? So that means all that application is running based on that their implementation, right? So like that, now what we will do, now we have that existing template, right? So that existing template is working fine, but yeah, I'll show you like how we can create my own component, and that we can use that across all that platform, right? So as like we see in our demo, we have to create a block component, right? So that block component, how we can create it and in this our application, and that how we can use it. So let me stop that application. Let me close everything from here, close that window, close that Android, and also close that web application. Okay, and now start to implementation. Let me create a new component. So I have to just create a new component inside this shared library. So inside this space folder, let me add a new folder, call it to blog. So let me call it a blog, and here I'll just add a new component. Let me call this guy blog list, right? Blog list or razor component, add over here. Now our blog components got ready over here. So let me start the implementation over here. We will keep that same implementation which we have done in our all that Blazor hybrid app application. So I'm not going to details, but here what I need to do, I will use that quick grid, right? So for that quick grid, what I need to do, I have to record one package. So let me right click on that shared library, go to that NuGet package, and here let me search for that package. So this is that package name, right? Microsoft.component quick grid. So this will be, this we have to install. So let me install first this guy, apply, accept. So once your package is installed, I have to record one more package. So let me use that package name is, let me remove this guy and look for this icons package. So yeah, this guy. So use this guy to actually to bring back that icon. So I will use this guy installed. So once your this two package is done, go back to your component. Where is my component? Here the package pages blog list, and here I will just implement that quick grid along with that implementation, right? So let me just replace that guy, right? Because I already done many times in my many session, so I'm not going to details, but I'll cover it like what we are trying to do over here. See, I just using that page directory and then using that whatever namespace we is trying to use, right? We create, right? So that icons specific package, so we have to bring back that package, and then that using this some condition of that names and authors checkbox, and then we have to use that filter over here. So we have to use filter, and then we have to use quick grid. So let me bring back that namespace. So this is my namespace. So once I get that namespace, this is simple. Just specify, okay, this is that image template, means image column, and this is a column over here, and this is another columns, right? And this the bring the data as like hard coding the data over here, and that we have to just create two event, and this we have that event over here as well, right? Just save it. This is the simple component, and also we have to require add some style, because once this style one will show that image, so that image will be here and there, right? So that will we require actually one some style. So let me add some style over here as like create another component. This time I will create a CSS component, and I'll just make it same name, whatever name we have previously provided, like blog list dot razor dot css file, right? So let me add css. So use the css template, add, and once you add, see, it is just on a child file over here. So I'll just add all that css style as well. So this is simple CSS style, like whatever the TRTD and image container, right? So make look feel better. So I'll just create this image, means this design, right? So once you're done, now see, we are ready. Like our components got created for this shared library. Now we are good to go to use all that across this platform. We don't need to do anything. What you need to do, go to that layout page, nav menu, inside this shared component. Simply I have to just add another nav menu. Simple, just copy paste, and simply whatever that name our nav menu, right? So my nav menu is a blog list which we have just added. If you go back over here, I just added the route over here, right? So this is same route you have to just mention in this here, and you can just specify what is that component name. So my component name is a blog list. Simply save it, and we are good to go to run. So first I will run again in the web application. So let me run this. So application is running now. Also see, there's a new tab we just introduced newly. Once I click that blog list, I should get that data, and along with this component, right? And we have that many feature in this quick grid as well. So all that feature will work for all that platform. That's why I just created these features, right? So see, it is also as a responsive. Also we have required the data as like whatever data as we required, right? Also items is over there. So similar, let me run for that window application. So let me change for that my one, and here let me change a window first and run this as a window application. Now our window application also got running. It is saying as a window UI this version, and once I click that blog list, now see, I'm getting the same data means same shared library data across in this window application as well. Same functionality, all that functionality is working expected. There is a no any issue. Also we can require is a more, so we can just get it. Okay, so there's a no page for that page, right? So that's why it is showing, yeah, the total page over here. Also if we don't record author, so I can remove the author. If don't want to name, I can remove that name. And even if I want to click any action, so I can get the data, edit click, also delete click, right? So this is also working fine. Let me run this application in Android application as well, Android emulator. So let me choose that Android emulator and run this application. Now your application got deployed in an Android emulator and it's running. Now it's running, and also it is saying whatever that Android version and all, right? So let me change to that blog list. So now I'm getting same list across with the all that functionality. So see, it is working fine. And also whatever the other functionality also we have to check, that is perfectly working fine. There's a no issue. So like this way actually we can just use the .NET 9 new feature with this new template, and we can build our application across all the web, Android, iOS and web applications. And so I will continue over here. So what I will do, I will remove everything and I will start from that hotel management system, which will coming the data from that Firebase DB, right? So quickly just close that. And first of all, for this what I need to do, I have to go to the shared library, because everything I have to just create in shared library. That shared library will can get component from my our all that platforms, like for example whatever we have platforms. So we have that Android, iOS, Mac, Tizen and Windows, as well as we have that you know web applications, right? So what I need to do, simply right click on that and go to that manage package, NuGet manage package, and here I will just introduce few of the package. Which one first we have to just add over here. See, already we have this two package, right? Quick grid and that icon one. So here I have to require that Firebase DB. So for Firebase DB, actually this is that package name. So let me just check in the browser section, and once you get, so this is that package. So let me quickly install that and apply and accept. Once you're done, Now we are good to go to start our implementation. So for here, what I will do, simply I'll just create a new folder over here in this component. Let me create a new folder over here, for example hotel, right? Because we are trying to manage the hotel, and in this hotel management system we have to add all that components. So first component would be our binding the list. So what I will do, simply I'll just create a component name as a list dot razor, and in this list the razor we have to just call that Firebase TV client and get that data and bind over here, right? So for this, actually we have to inject that Firebase DB client, right? So first I have to just inject it over here. Let me remove everything over here and just add it over Firebase DB client. And this Firebase DB client actually required that namespace. So let me bring that namespace. So this is my namespace of that Firebase DB. So let me remove over here and make it in our global namespace page, like which is import dot razor page. So here I will add it that namespace, so that I don't need to define any other component one by one, right? So that is one. Now another thing, actually we required service that is called navigation for here and there, right? So that's why we have to record that navigation manager. So once you two things is done, also we have to just design over here, decorate actually route, so that which this component actually call whatever request will call that hotel and list. So this component will load it, right? So that service and part is done. Now we have to add, we have to start our implementation. So first of all, actually I have to record one list, that is iqueryable list, hotel iqueryable list. So for this, actually I have to just create a private iqueryable, and then whatever model actually we have to return over here, right? So as of now we don't have the hotel model, so let me quickly create that hotel as well in this shared folder. Right click on that and create a folder, and in this folder let me add the model, and in this model let me create that hotel hotel entity or hotel model. So in this hotel model, whatever the properties we required we can specify over here. So as of now we required this for property. So let me quickly add this for property. Let me just zoom in for this. Okay, so let me add this guy over here and make it that public and save it. Now our hotel is there, hotel model is there. Now go back and also let me bring that namespace which is coming from, see, it is coming from here, the shared and then page and that hotel, right? So it is not right that. So what I will do, simply I have to just using over here directly, so that I can use for all of the place. So let me import that namespace of model, right? So which we have in here. This is my assembly name, and inside this is a model. So I just shared component, and inside that model, so I just added over here and go back to, now see, the error has been gone. Now we are good to go to further implementation. So what I need to do now, further actually I required some pagination as well. So let me add then pagination. So this is part of that quick grid. So once you add that pagination, definitely you have to record some namespace. So let me quickly add that namespace. So see, this is that another namespace which we have to add inside over that import that razor.file, right? So let me quickly add that guy. So what is that name? It is name something, is that quick grid, right? So let me add that quick grid and save it, right? So once you're done, now see, this also is gone. Now two or three things more required, but as of now I leave it. Once we implement this hotel list, then we can add it further. So now once you get that data, right, means declare the variable, we have to get the data from that client and get it the data. So for this, what I need to do, I have to just create a one method. Let me quickly create a one method which is load data sync. And in this load data sync, so what I need to do, I have to just call that guy. So I already explained some of the session you can go to, but yeah, I'll show you from the scratch over here. So fc dot child and whatever your entity's name. So my entity's name is collection name. It is not a entity, it is, you can say that, collection. So my collection is name hotel, and as observable, and as observable you can just return what is kind of entity, right? So what is kind of entity we have to return? I want to return as a hotel entity, right? And this hotel, in this hotel, and here we have to just subscribe. So let me quickly subscribe over here, subscribe, and this, in this subscribe, we have to just specify that item as I using as a lambda expression over here. So item, and this, in this item we have to just we have to just manipulate our data, get the data, and we can use that data. So first what I will do, I have to just check over here. So is this item as an object it not equal to null, then we can just use our object, we assign the data, like for example object id, which will be returning null. So whatever item dot key means that is a keys, right? Because every collection has their own key. So that key actually we have to update in this id, right? And then finally we can just simply add it as a list. So let me quickly all that, one, it is just iterating, right? In subscribe method will be iterate one by one whatever collection, so that we have to just add it in this list. So we have to just add, actually we have to initialize, we have to just forget that initialize method of that list. So just add that list method, so that whatever data we are getting we can add it over here. And finally we can just update in our hotel list as well. So let me quickly add over here. So see, this is whatever the list over here, we can just assign this here in this hotel list, right? And we can update it our data, and then finally we can close that, right? And one two things actually we have to record over here, that is just we have to wait, uh you have to wait for till 2 seconds, right? Because actually that no, in the subscribe method it will take some time, so that's why we have to add it, actually the temporary solution we have to add over here. And then finally we can use as a method that is called change the state. So whatever data is updated, so finally it will change the state and it will got updated whatever place you want, right? So once you're done, now we are good to go to call this method in our lifecycle hook method in this component. So what is my lifecycle hook method? So this is my lifecycle hook method, which you can just get it over here for override, and you can get on initialize async method. And in this on initializing method, you can just call this method inside this guy and use that await. That's it, right? So now implementation part is done. Now whatever data we have to just design in our quick grid, right? So I have already handy that design. I actually many place actually I have just used it, so I'm not going to uh writing again and again. So what I will do, simply I just complete copy of that design. So this is that design. So let me quickly add it over here and finally wrap it to that, and I'll explaining actually what we are doing over. See, simply I'm just checking if it is null, so it will loading. If it is not null, then it will adding a quick grid, and quick grid I assign that collection and then also pagination. And there is some template actually over here, and it is just binding the image URL and that no, description, and also we have that name, right? And rest of other stuff, right? So as of now I will not implement this guy, right? But that we will implement in later. So as of now just keep it as a comment over now, commented, and that we are good to go. And simply I just forget this, so let me add this guy. Okay, so now we are good to run this application, right? So what I can do simply, whatever actually new component I just created, so that I can just add it in our layout as well. So go to that layout in the shared library, go to that menu section, and here rest of part actually I just commented out over here. So just commented everything over here and just change it to whatever our path, right, whatever route path. So change to over here the hotel and then list, right, and here I'll just make it to hotel list. That's it. So I just added a navigation as well. So now if I run this application, so I can get the data, but here one thing actually still I'm missing, right? So see, I just integrate this, if you go to again that list, razor component, see, I just injected this guy, right? But I have to resolve this injection as well. So where I have to resolve the injection, so every platform you have to resolve. So for example, web application. So in this web application, we have that program.cs file, right? So here we have to just resolve that a service which we have to just use it, right? So let me add this client, Firebase client, right? And in this Firebase client, see, once I add this Firebase client, so it is adding a namespace as well, right? So if you face any issue, actually I just face one issue. If you first time just add this guy, so definitely you have to just completely build your solution, because you have to add in share project, right? And the share project already has a reference in your over here in this all that web application, right? So that's why what you need to do, if you just first time add it, so just rebuild and clean our solution and rebuild, and then you just try to add this Firebase client. So once you add, now see, I just adding a Firebase client, and in this Firebase client I just added this configuration, which I already actually described many of the session how we can actually use that. But yeah, you have to just create Firebase URL from that Firebase console app, and you can get it from there and just add it over here. So that is done. So once you save it, right, so now same things actually you have to do for that MAUI app as well. So go to that MAUI app program file and that MAUI program here, and in this last you can just simply add this guy. So all that platform you have to just whatever service you're trying to use, so you have to just register as per their over there, right? So save it, and now just try to run for first window application. So now our application is running, and once I click the total list, now see, it is trying to get the data, and now get the data is populated. See, along with that image, actually it is got populated, because previously whatever data is that particular collection, I'm just getting from there, right, along with that image. But image is looks very high, right, because we have to design something. So what I need to simply close that and go to that component. So go to that component, let me add some design actually. So in this design over here, so I'll just add one design for that. So quickly add one design file, css file over here. So let me add, see, this is that design I just added, same name, and just design I just added few design, for example their image and all, right? So see, this is that image settings and all. So save it and now run it. Now got running, click that total list, and now see, this time it looks good, right? Image and name, but action is not there because I just commented. But yeah, don't worry, I'll just open uncommented that action and one by one implement as well. So for that read the data from that now Firebase DB, now it's good. And let me check for other platform as well, like see, if we are checking in the Windows, so let me change to in our Android application as well. So let me run this in an Android application. Now application got deployed, and just try to run. Yeah, it is running. And once I change to, this is home page, and once I go to that hotel list page, now see, same list binding as well as Android application as well. And same things we can check. For example, let me change to this to web application and run in as a web application. Now application got running. Once I click that hotel list, it should be loaded the data. Now see, data is loaded. populated for all over that platform, right? So now list part has been done. Now move it, go to that, add an update section, so that I can add a new hotel along with that image, and also I can update hotels and their image as well, right? So close that, all that things, let me close and go back to your hotel here. So let me quickly add another component that is called is add an update. So it is a reusable component I will use for add and update as well. So that's why I just call it to add an update razor component. And here I'll just start to implementation. So my first actually implementation in this code block, actually I have to define that hotel, because we have to bind that hotel in this particular form, right? So I just add that, initialize that hotel, and also we have to record one parameter. If we're trying to add it, so definitely we have to require that particular hotel ID, right? So that we have to add it over as a parameter. And then what I need to do again, I have to just bind. If it is no add, that is fine. If it is edit mode, that definitely we have to get the data, and the data should be bind in this here. So for this, actually we have to create a one method that will be return the hotel ID, hotel by this ID, right? And here what I will do, simply I have to check if it is that now hotel ID, if it is not null, so that means it is edit mode. And in this edit mode, simply I have to just call this, you know I have to just call this, Firebase client, right? So for Firebase client, I have to, if I require to call, so I have to just inject it in this component, right? So let me quickly inject it. So Firebase client and navigation manager, let me inject it. And then in here, I will just call that, that Firebase client to get the data to particular ID, right? So how we can just get it, that data? Simply, I have to just get this guy, and let me bring back so that you can understand and see that. Okay, see, simply I using that await fc, which is nothing. This is a Firebase client, and using the child and whatever the collection, along with pass that, key, right? Because I want to filter that whole collection by this ID, right? So you can just specify slash and then ID, and then use this method one single async and pass it that connect entity, which entity you want to return. So once you get this entity, you have to just simple whatever this, hotel, you have to just assign this guy to that result. So whatever result we have to get, we have to just assign to over here. Else, so if it is not edit one, so simply what I can do, simply I just assign or initiate, initialize that hotel hotel class or hotel model, right? That's it. And once you're done, now we are good to go to call this method. So before call, actually we have to use that, state change, so that whatever state got changed, so that got updated, and it will be binding properly in our here, right? So that is done. Now another things, actually what I need to do, this method I have to call while loading this component, or that on parameter lifecycle hook method. So both way you can use it. So what I will do, I'll just use that parameter one. So override and what is that name, parameter. So override on parameter. So see, in this override parameter set, I'll just call this method. So this is that method. Let me call this guy. That's it, right? So once you call this guy, okay, let me, okay, yeah, I think I have to just close the running application. So let me close that. Okay, so now once I load this, on parameter set is completed, that it will come get it, right? And then based on this ID, we can get the data and bind the data. So this is complete, right? Now one more thing, actually we have to implement. See, this is the load data, but we have to add an update functionality also we have to implement in this component, right? So for this, what I will do, again I have to just create a one more method, which is called update hotel or add update hotel, right? So let me call as a add update hotel. Okay, so let me change it so that for that add update hotel And here again we have to do same things, right? So what I will do first, I'll just check it as a flag. So by default it's flag, it's true. And then again we have to check that same things, right? So this is that same condition uh, to if it is edit or update, right? So if it is hotel ID, if it is null, so definitely it is add. If it is not null, that means it is update. So in this case, actually I have to just call that update, put async method. So see, again I am using that Firebase client child collection, whatever ID actually I want to update. So I just pass it over here. Then I have to use this method push async and pass it hotel, right? And while this passing that hotel, see, it is saying some issue because it is expecting string. So for this, what you need to do, simply you have to add this namespace, which is Firebase database query. So once you use this Firebase database query, so it automatically convert whatever entity, it will convert to a string and pass it to over here, right? So once it's done, now similar things we have to do for else condition, right? So if it is updated, so call that put method. If it is add, so I use that post method, right? It is very simple. And then final check, like if it is success, right? So if it is not success, so it will keep the same method, right? Or if it is success, so if it will go to navigate to that our hotel list, right? So this is also, it's very similar, simple to add update implementation. Now we are good to go to bind our form. So I have already that form ready, so I'm not going to create an wasting a time over here. So what I will do, simply I have just to use this guy to check, okay, this form is a edit or update, right? It is a create or update. So based on that hotel ID, I can just specify, and then I can just create a form, like for example here, right? This is a simple form, hotel is not equal to null, right? So then this form is loaded, right? And this form also we can just check it, okay, it says update hotel. And also we just bind this hotel, right? So this is that hotel we just trying to bind. And also everything is fine, but only see the update hotel we already just created, right? So just let me change that name because this name is not correct. And this is update hotel, that is fine. And what else pending? Yeah, so this back to hotel list also is pending. So let me quickly create that hotel names as well, means back hotel functionality. So it is just simple, nothing, it is just navigation. So if I use that back hotel, so it will just navigate it over here. So now add an update hotel component also got created, means implemented. And now I have to just specify the route. What would be the route on this component? So this will be as a two route, because first is one is that single add one, and that another one is update one, right? So you can just multiple route as well, this particular single component. So I just add it over here. So that is done. So once it's done, now go back to our list page and go to that list page. And here I'm just uncomment that add one, and also we have to add this edit and add button, right? So first let me add that add button over here. So for that add button, I'll just use as a style over here. So see, this is simple, as a I just use that class, and inside that's a two div. One is that the list of that list prompt, right? What kind of list? And here I just add that, specify that create hotel button, and this is that button, right? I will just create this button. As of now I will not create, but yeah, I'll just create it. And same things, just uncomment to that edit button, because both we have implement, right? So both we will do in together. So let me add it over here, so that rest two things will be hide and this will be open. And this edit and add button we have to just add it over here. So let me quickly add this to functionality. So nothing, this functionality, it is just navigate to for example, it's navigate to that page, nothing else, right? So see, I'm just using edit. So it is expecting this ID, and this ID just navigate to that particular component. So this is my component, right, which we have just added. And similar we have to do for that create hotel as well. So let me add this create hotel. So see, create hotel also similar, just navigate to that page. That's it. So once you complete to create function of create and edit hotel, right? So now go up, it should be gone. Now still as a one error. Now see, what is that error? We already created that function, right? But still it is showing one issue. So what is that issue? Issue is, see, I'm just using that SVG icon, right? So this SVG icon required some, a namespace, so that is missing. So what I need to do, simply bring that namespace using that, control.p period, and over here, see, I have to record this namespace. So let me bring back that namespace, and this namespace just edit over here. You can just edit for the globally as well. So once you add it, now see, error has gone. Now I'm good to go to run and see in our add and edit functionality is working or not. Okay, so first I will run in our web application. So let me run in our web application. Okay, now it's running, and click on that hotel list, and it's loading. Okay, now see, there is a all that data is loading properly. That is fine. Now try to add a new hotel. So let me add a new hotel. For example, new hotel via web, because I'm trying to add a new hotel via web application using that is, and whatever that URL, I can just add it over here. So I'm just adding the URL over here, just create it. Now see, our application is loading, right? But here see, once I add that new hotel, so that hotel is not over here. You know why? Because see, data is added properly, there's a no issue. But issue is over here, this pagination. So there's a concept, actually pagination, we just add it. If you see the over here, see, I just added that pagination concept, right? And in this pagination, if you look into this, so I just add it. By default it will appearing per page is size is 5, so that's why it is only showing the 5 data, because I just added whatever new data that is actually in the row number is 6, so that's why it's not visible. So it is a two-way. Ideally you can just increase that page size over here, you will get it. And the next things also, you can just add it, that pagination footer over here. So what I will do, I'll just edit that pagination footer, so that I can just navigate and we can manage actually that pagination things using that click, right? So let me add that pagination component. So this is that pagination component which is providing this component, that quick grid. So I had added and then show it over here and save it. Now go back to in this application and see over here, it is showing is a 6 item, page number is 2, right? So once you click that next page, you're able to see whatever you recently added your data. Now it is over here. And if I want to update something, so let me try to update. So this is that update click, and once you update, that same component is loaded with this their data. And let me try to update. Okay, and also rating something, just down the rating, 4 out 5, and also just save it. Once you save it, it should be updated as well. Now go to again the next page. Now see, whatever data I newly edit, so that is got updated. That means add and edit options functionality is working fine. Now we have to moving to next functionality, that is actually the view. So that view, once I click that view, that whatever hotel details, that will appearing in this the view section, right? So let me close that. And before close that, I'll show you this add and edit also should working in other platform as well, right? So let me close that and run it to in a window app as well. So let me choose that is a window application, choose here window platform and run this application. Now it's running a window application, right, desktop application, and click on the hotel list. You will get that hotels, all the hotels over this designation. And once I click the next, see the new hotel also over there. But yeah, I want to add one more hotel from desktop itself, right? So let me add a new hotel via desktop app, and description would be something 3 star, 3 star, and 2 out of 5, and then image URL. Let me add a one image URL over here that is called something this, and just let me create it. So once you create it, and see, newly item is added. Last time it was 6. Once you next, now see, this is that new edit via the desktop. Also it is available over here. So same things will work on the Android, but yeah, that will do in the last end of this session. Will all that environment, actually we will check it, right? So let me close and move it to next functionality that is called details. So close that and quickly create a new component that is called a details. So it a razor component, and let me add a new component name is details. So details, edit the new component, and in this new component what I need to do, first simply again we have to record that hotels entities means model, and then hotel ID, because based on that hotel ID I have to call one of that service which will return the data. So this hotel ID as a parameter I'm getting over here, and now let me quickly uh, call as a override function of that lifecycle loop method. So on initialize method, in this on initialize method nothing we have to do special. We have to just call that that function of that Firebase client. So first I have to just inject it, as we have done so many component, right? So we have to just inject it Firebase client, and in this Firebase client simply I have to call as a function of get you know get that single record. So how we can get the single record? It's very simple, using this using await and that fc and the child, and let me bring back this guy so that you can see simply whatever that collection, right? So this is my collection, and passing that id and using this method one single and passing that entity, it will returning that hotel entity, and it will map, actually get the data and map this hotel entity, and simply I just assign this hotel entity to our response. This hotel entity is as a response, right? So once you assign, that is done. And one more thing actually we have to do over here, the back button. So back button, again nothing special, we have to just as a back button, as a click on that back button, go to that hotel list, that's it, right? So let me quickly now change that block to hotel. So save it. Yeah, so functionality is done. Now we have to add some style. So let me quickly add some style. So I have already handy that HTML style, so that's why I'm not writing again. So this is simple. This is this row which we have that button, right? And also this is that back button. So let me add that back button click event, and yeah, this is that back button, and this is hotel is null, so that appearing this section. And if it is not null, then simply I am just binding that image and along with their hotel name and description, that's it. It is simple design, right? And that's done. So once it's done, there could be one issue, because see, the image could be big, right? That's why we have to create this image class, so that we have to decorate over here. So let me quickly create a now css file of that details page, and we can just add it over here. So let me quickly create that detail.css page. See, this page we just created as a component, right? And here nothing, just we have to add that to style card image and card container, and that will be maintain our image, right? And once it's done, and the last things we have to edit over here, that is that route. So route is a very important, because without route how you can call? So this is that route, right? Hotel details and that hotel's id as a parameter, and same route we have to call in our list page. So go to that list page, and just uncomment it to that view section. So where is my view section? This is that view section, right? So let me uncomment that view section button, and this view section click event also we have to just create it to call that guy, right? So simply nothing special, just copy this guy and copy this button event. So button event would be this guy, and simply the change the url. So this is my url as a component URI. So simply add it, save it. Now we are good to go to run this application. So let me run this application. Now our application got running. Click that list page. Now I'm able to see that another icon, which is the view. So if I want to see this details of this hotel details, click on that view, and now see I'm getting the details along with their image and their name and their rating as well, right? So a lot of things we can do, but as of now I just showing as a simple demonstration perspective. And also we have that back button, so click on the back, so it will go to that list page and loading that all the data, right? So that means that details page also is working. Same things you can check it and that web application as well. So let me change to web application and run this as a web application. So same functionality should be expected from here as well. So click on that any other one, like for example this guy. So see, this also we are getting the data along with that. So also back button is working. So that means its functionality is working for all the platform. Now the last functionality is we have to done over here, the delete one. So delete one, actually it's a little complex. Like we can see, once I click the delete, so it should be pop up dialog box which will show, okay, do you want to confirm, or that asking simply as a confirmation. So that confirmation dialog box we have to appearing. Once you yes or confirm, that should be delete. Okay, so for that what I will do, simply close that application, right, and go back to again that hotel section and simply add a new reusable component, because I will create a reusable component that is a call as a confirmations, right? So let me add as a component and call it to that guy, for example this. Okay, so delete confirmation, add it over here, and here nothing we have to do special, but yeah, we have to just, it is just a child component. Okay, and we will call whatever event and all in our parent component. So that how we have to decorate over it. So first as a user input of this component, that would be as a visible, because based on that visible flag I have to show this component, it is actually hide and show. And then another two event and a callback event which we required for that cancel. Once a user cancels, so it should be cancel, and if you want to delete, so should be a delete, right? Means the parent component actually use the delete functionality for implementation. And now finally simply I just create a delete function to invoke that delete click event, and also I've just create a cancel button which will invoke this button. Don't worry about that, these two function as of now we have not used, but we will use in our design. So let me quickly create a design. It is pretty much simple design, nothing complex. Simply I just create a if condition, it is whatever the flag, based on this actually it should be visible and false, and simply as a confirmation dialog box, right, which be appearing in this class. So as of now also we have to create this class as a design, and it is asking me, okay, this is a confirmation deletion, are you sure want to delete, and this is the delete and cancel button. So this will be invoke in this callback event, right? It is simple. Save it, and now go back to our list page, and here we will call. So here what need to do, we have to add a confirmation component, delete confirmation component, which we just created, right? So what is that name of that guy? It is a delete confirmation, and in this delete confirmation we have to call this event, right, cancel event, as well as that delete event, as well as that visible flags, right? So let me quickly create it, all that flags over here, right, and click event as well as that property. So as of now we required one property over here. So let me quickly add that property, that is delete, is delete over here, right? So this is the is delete, and let me assign to over here, so that once I just assign set the flag, okay, true and false, based on this confirmation dialog box will be appearing and hide, right? So this is one, and another actually that id. So store that id, So that purpose actually I just created this delete ID, so that whatever that delete click, right, the confirmation click, whatever ID we have receiving, so that we have to store in this ID, so that once I click that final delete confirmation, that I can just use this ID and delete that particular data. So that's why I just edit this to property. So now that is fine, and then we have to just create this to cancel and delete flag. So first let me create a cancel click event. So go down over here, and here I'll just have to just create that cancel. So let me quickly create that cancel. It's nothing, it's simply we have to set that flag as a true or false. So that cancel flag just set is delete flags, it's false, right? Because I want to remove that confirmation dialog box. Once I click the cancel, I want to remove that. So that's why I just created that guy, right? And then once it's done, now another click event is the delete one, right? So let me quickly that click another one is delete. So let me go down again, and here, so once I here just create another click event, right? So this is a click event, and what I'm trying to do, simply nothing, simply a Firebase client call the child, and using that similar fashion again that collection along with their ID, right, which will getting from that setting. As of now I have not set, but I'll show you how we can set it. And then call this delete async method, so which will delete from that Firebase client. And then finally again I will set it the is delete flag is false, and call this load data async, which is just load the data, whatever that latest data, will get the data and assign to in our collections. Save it. And now one last thing actually we have to just create it. See, this two id two click event is created, right? So let me create over here, assign over here that a cancel. So that is cancel delete, right? And then another one is at the rate delete one, right? So let me quickly delete. So this two event just we have to implement over here, and once it's done, now let me open this uncomment this actually. So let me remove this. So remove over here. So once you remove, and now see it is complaining because I have to just create another click event. So once I confirmation click event, so based on this actually we have to show that pop-up message and hide, right? So what I am trying to do, we have to just create another function which will just, what are you doing, let me show you that click event. Nothing we have to do, we just set that ID along with that flag, right? So see, I just create a click event, confirmation click event, right? And getting that ID just set on a delete ID property, as well as that is delete is true, right? Because if it is true, that pop-up message will be appearing. So now implementation, everything is done, right? And save it, and now try to run in our web application first. So let me choose that web application and run it and see in actions. Okay, now application got running. Once I click the total list, you will get the data. See, all the data is over here. Now see, once I click the delete one, see, there is a one issue. So confirmation dialog actually style is over there, means whatever functionality is over there, but style is not proper, means that the confirmation dialog box should appearing in this top, right? In this whatever parent component, it should be on that front, right? So if I click no, that is fine. If I click yes, so it should be deleted. Now see, it is got deleted, means functionality is working fine, but that part is not working fine, right? Means design. So what I need to do, click cancel, and let me add one delete confirmation style. So see, just if you go to this section, see, this is that model pop-up, right? So based on this style actually it will appearing. So what I will do, I have to just create one style inside this over here. So let me quickly create one style component over here inside that. So let me add paste it over here, right? And delete, go to that delete css file, Blazor component css file. See, nothing we have to special, just add some style, so that pop-up message, the dialog pop-up will appearing on that front, right? So now let me try to run this application one more time and click on that list and just click on delete button. Now see, this time it's working fine. No, it is working fine. And once you click yes, it's got deleted with this dialog box. So it is working fine. Now close that application and run. Okay, now choose that Android application. Just try to run in Android. So choose over here Android application and run it. Okay, now finally it's got running in the Android way, and just change it to the hotel list. And once you click that hotel list, it should be got loaded all the data. Now see, all the data is got loaded over here with this 4 item. And if I want to delete something, for example this guy, so if I trying to delete, see, same confirmation dialog box is over there, and once I click yes, it should be deleted as well. So now see, it also deleted. Now just check it to in our window application as well, in desktop application, run it is to without debug mode. Now this application also got running. Click on that hotel list, and if I want to delete something, so see, the same dialog box is appearing over here. Click yes, it should be deleted. Now see, so all that functionality is working for all that environment, right? So let me show you all the environment, all the platform put together. So let me open this as a web application as well without debug mode. And now this is that window, this is that web, and this is that Android application, right? And if I click this guy, if I click this guy, and if I click this guy, now see, all that application is working as expected. Authentication feature, so now we will implement that. Okay, so now close that and go to that solution, and everything actually we have to implement in this shared library, so that this shared library actually take it that reference from that all cross platform, means like Android app, mobile app, and iOS, Mac, and web application as well, right? So everything we will do over here, right? So what I need to do, first of all, actually we require some packages, right? So for authentication of Firebase, we require one package. So go to that NuGet package over here, right click on the shared library, go to that package section, and here first actually I'm looking that Firebase authentication package. So this is that one package which we required over here, which will handle all the authentication. There's a other also admin package also. We have a Firebase admin package that we will use in later, but yeah, as of now we will use this guy and just install this guy. So once installed, we have required another package that is called local storage, right? So let me check that one also, because whatever token we will get, we will store in our local storage, right? So we require this Blazor local storage, right? So yeah, so this is that guy. Just install this guy and applied. Now it's done, right? So now we are good to go to start to implementation. Whatever other package we required, we will add in later. So go to that shared library, and here we will create one folder that is we can say the custom authentication. So let me create a new folder over here, so that whatever our authentication mechanism, we can keep it in that folder. So let me make it a custom auth or authentication, whatever we want, we can just use it. Okay, and here I have to just create one account management so interface, so that whatever account management things we required, we can keep it in this interface only. So go to that class, use that interface, and choose interface, and make it that name is I account management. Add it. So now it is internal, so make it a public. And in after that we have to require we have to create some method. For example, register, login, log out, and check authentication, right? So first I will just create I'll just create a register method. So before register method, I have to require some response, like whatever the register method or login method will be returned as a response. So that response we have to just create it. So let me create a one model over here. Inside this model, let me create another response model. So let me call it a form result, right? And this form result, make it that public. And in this form result, I will require two property that is called is succeed and error list. Like if it is succeed, so it will return a succeed. If it is error list, whatever error, we have to add it over here so that you can aware actually what is that happening. Okay, so like this way we can do that. And once you done, now go back over here. And now first I will just create a declaration over here, that is registered. So whatever new register, which will require email id, username and password. Based on this we will register the new user. Similar, we have to just logged in user. So for that logged in user, we have to required email id and password. So based on the email id and password, we can logged in that user, right? So this is the declaration we will implement as well. So after that we have to record one logout. So this is that logout, which will nothing returning over here. And then the uh, final method would be over here. Actually we require as a check authentication, right? So if it is authenticated or not, that actually we will check for using this method. So this four method we required for this complete authentication, means this login flow, right? So now just start to implementation for that, whatever is on account management things. So we will implement one by one. Like first we will register, logged in, logged out, and then check out things, right? So for this actually we have to create a implementation class inside this here. So my implementation class would be name over here. Let me create that. Go to here, class, and just add it to custom authentication state provider, because we are using a custom authentication provider over here. So that's why I make it name like that. Okay, and just we have to actually require that component, actually authentication state provider, we have to just inherit over here, right? So that is also we have to add one package. If it is not adding over here, now see, yeah, so now we record a one package. So let me look at that package. So package name is this guy, actually this guy we required. So install this package, Microsoft ASP.NET ASP.NET component authorization, right? So let me install this guy directly, or you can just go to that NuGet package, you can add it, search by that name, and you can add it over here, right? So once you're done, now it is done. Now one more thing actually we have to do over here, that is we have to inherit that that interface, so that we can implement over here. So let me inherit that guy, I account management system. And also it required, see, it is required the implementation. So let me use the default implementation. So this is the default implementation. So once I extract all that implementation, so it is saying this is that method default is a by default is a implementation is not implementation exception. So that is all done, and still one error, right? So what is that error? Actually it is asking we have to implement that abstract class, right? So let me import that also, right? So see, once I done, now see, automatically actually it is override method. Once we have to use this abstract class, so we have that override method, so that every time if our custom authentication provider call to this method, once I try to authenticate, so it will checking, okay, what actually exact our feature now, means it is user authenticated or not. That actually we have to make that we will to maintain our in this method. Okay, so let me just cut from here from top and just down to in the end over here, this method, the check update method. But yeah, there's no any impact, but yeah, I'll just make it this way. Okay, so now this is my our default method. Now we have to start the implementation. So first of all, what I have to record, actually few property we have to record in this class. So one is that this guy, right? So this guy actually we have to record that authenticated property, right? Which is it is saying it is authenticated or not. And by default we have to set, okay, this is that claim principal which is unauthenticated, because by default is a default claim identity we have to adding over here. So if user is not authenticated, so we have to simply return this claim principal, so that we can know okay this is not authenticated, that user, right? So that's why we have to edit this guy, and then we have to require that client. Okay, so let me create a constructor over here of that class of this custom authentication provider class, and here we have to record some client, right, which we have to import we have to import this guy, right? Firebase authentication. So we have a we have that client, so Firebase Auth client, which will provide that register, logged in, and sign in things over here. So see, so I have to just using this Firebase Auth client, which is coming from this Firebase Auth, right? So and just make it that variable over here, and just inject it inside this constructor. So make it a private field and just assign to over here, so that I can use it for this guy. Okay, and now one more thing actually we required the local storage, because uh, we have trying to use actually the token which will be keep it in a local storage, and we can read it and we can use it. So for that also we have to record that I local storage, right? And that also I just import that package, right? So let me create this guy. Okay, so now we are good to go to use this Firebase Auth client and local storage. So now we have to start the implementation of that get authentication state provider, right? So first we have to this guy, remove this guy, right? And by default we have to set on the top it is authentication is false, right? Because by default is false, and once is authenticated we can set it over here. And also we will set that current user, means by default a user it is unauthenticated, right? Which is we have to set over here the default claim identity, right? So that's why we have to set over here. And then we have to we have to get actually the token, right? So we have to get the token. So for the token what I need to do, I can just use await, and then whatever our local storage service be using that get items, right? And then whatever items actually we have to store in this token. As of now we have not stored, but yeah, once I logged in, so we have to get that information of user, we will store in this token. So like this way actually we will just passing that key. Based on this key actually we can get that the user information, right? So let me just passing as of now. Okay, and then we can just store as a variable. So let me call it to this guy like this. Okay, and this is done. And what is that return type? Actually we have to return that auth information, means whatever user information, like user has a token, user has expiry date, user has a many things, right? So for this I have to just create another model which will just return that response, right? So let me quickly create another model inside over here which will response that auth user, means we will just deserialize that whatever token, whatever actually user information we store in local storage, we have to just deserialize using this response, right? So that's why we have to just create it. And inside here actually we required one info class which we have required some property. So let me just create I already handy, so that's why I just create, see, I just create a info class, and which we have a id, display name, email is verified, or photo. This is a user related information, so that we have to create it for as a info. And then also this is a two things actually which will return in this token, means once a user logged in, so this two information is a user information and also user credentials. So credentials what we have, id token, whatever the token, whatever the refresh token, and once it is created, expiry in, and provider type. So these are things actually provide once I sign in, and then we are getting. So that's why we have to store in our local storage, and then we have to deserialize for this class, and we can use it over there further, right? So that's why we just creating this guy. Okay, so let me just create it. Okay, So whatever just info and credential we just created, and we can use it this class in our here, so that whatever token actually inside this information means this local storage, so we can just deserialize directly inside this using this get items, right? And I can get it from here. And one more thing, actually we have to do that over here, we have to use the try catch, so that if I using any error while doing that, so we can just capture in our error logs. So we can just make it to this, and as of now just remove, and you can just adding log, adding error log or handle error as per your convenience, right? So as of now I'm not handling something, so yeah, that's why I just mention over here, so that you can just use it in our application. So once you're done, so what I can do, I can simply see this is that condition, right? So we required just tab it, okay? So just check it, okay? If user information is not equal to null, then what I can do, I just simply set the some claims, so which we are getting from here user information. See, so I just creating a claim, initialize that claim, list of the claim, and whatever that user information, so I just storing over here. Like as of now we have email ID and also I just keep it email, so you can just also use that as a name, as a ID, or name as a display name, or email as a email, so as per your, so you can just edit over here, right? And then later, actually here later we will use as of now we don't have a role based authentication, right? So it is a, I make it a simple, but yeah, in later we will have also, we can get that in a roles of that particular user, and then we can add it as a roles as well in this claim, so that we will do in a later, but as of now keep it over here. And then finally what I need to do, I just simply I just create a where ID, I have to just create a ID, a new claim identity, and inside this claim identity, so whatever claims I just edit, just I have to add it, and also we have to just know whatever that authentication type, right? So we have to just make it whatever authentication type in this here. So my authentication type is here custom authentication provider, right? So that we are trying to use, so we can just make it over here, and that's it, right? So once I just create in this ID, means this claims identity as a store as ID, and then finally what I can do, so whatever user I just created over here, see, this is a default unauthentication user by default, right? So in this here I can set it that user it is new claim identity principal, and this principal we have to accept this ID, so identity, right? So that's how actually we can identity, okay, over here, so that that user has a claims, and that we have a sign over here, so that now the whole application, once I using that claim principal, I will get that user information about that particular user. So like that we have to do that. And then finally on that authentication flag we have to set is true, right? So which we have already first initializing as a false, so that is done, that means this user is authenticated and this user has a information, right? And then in the last, means once if something is a error or if it is not succeed over here, so in the last what I can do, simply I can return as a uh, claim authentication state is a user. So whatever user, if it is not, we don't have information of that user, so directly it will pass it to these things, and this is just an authentication user, right? So that's how actually we have to implement this get authentication state over here like this, okay? So once is done, now we have to implement this guy, like check authentication things, right? So the check authentication things also nothing, just we have to call this guy, right? And on authentication also, whatever that authentication things, we can just pass it over here. So simply what I will do, I'll just using the await get authentication state method, simply call it to this guy. And why I'm creating this method, I'll tell you once I just implement in our login and logout form and registration form. So that we have to record actually this guy. So that's why I just created, and thus finally we have to return whatever this authenticated or not. That's based on this actually we can just set it over here. See, this is that global variable. So if it is true, so it will return as true. If it is false, so it will return as a false, right? So this is also done. Now we have to start implementation of that register, right? So let me bring back the new line so that you can see clearly. So registered also, it is simple, nothing, whatever actually we have to injected this Firebase Auth client, it have as a register matter. So let me quickly use this await using that Firebase client, and here there's a many method over here like sign in with email, sign in here, but yeah, I will use this create user with email and password, right? So and also see it is already intelligence is asking okay email ID, username and password, right? So also just make sure it is a correct order, right? But it is not a correct order. See, the first parameter is the email, that is fine, but second parameter is the password, but I am just passing that username, so that is wrong. So make sure it should be a correct form, right? So yeah, like this way, second is a password, third one is a username. And once you're done, right, so once you're done, definitely I have to get this information, something I will get over here. So I'll just keep it as a over here as a result, right? Let me keep it over here, and also we have to wrap it to as a try catch so that if any exception, so we can just capture and we can use it, or we can show that user. So let me wrap it to here, and also I have to add some error as well, like so if some error, so default error is occurring over here, so I'll just add it over here as a default error so that user can see only just default error, not exactly that error. So that's why I'm just using this default error, right? So that we can just returning back to over here, and if it is succeed, so what I will do over here, so if it is succeed, so I can simply return as a succeed. There's a with this no error, right? So this form result we see, this is return type is a form result, right? So I just simply return as a succeed. If it is fail, so what I will do, I have to just simply return the false along with that error. So this is the default error we just assigning over here, so that user not can get anything. But yeah, as per our requirement in the application, so we can set whatever that this has a error, right? So whatever error message we can just store over here, and we can assign to over here as well. Those are things also we can do. But yeah, like this way, this is a very simple way. Let me just bring back so that you can see it's simple. I just store the default error and then call this create user method. Whatever result we are getting, based on this we just return success, and if it is any error, so we can just passing that error and all, right? So this is registration also done. Now final things we have to do that for logout. So that logout also it's very simple, uh, similar like that login, right? Registered. So again what I will do, let me, where is that login? Yeah, this is that login method, implementation method. So here just first just wrap it to a try catch block, okay? And whatever just I don't want to throw the exception over here. And here again we just using this Firebase client auth client, and in this Firebase auth client we have sign in with there's a many method actually. See, sign in with the credentials or sign in with the email and password. So I will use that sign in with the email and password, and whatever that user email and password, we can simply pass it to over here, and this is my password, and that's it, right? And also we can just store as a variable over here. So let me store as a variable, and using it is async method to decorate with the async await, right? And once it is done, so now this time we have to check actually. So if it is logged in successfully, means sign in successfully, so that time what I will do, I have to just checking something over here. So this is my checking over here. See, the result has a user information and that user also has a ID. Like this is the unique ID, that particular user. So it should not be null. If it is not null, then what I will do, I have to just using await and using that local storage. So let me use that local storage service, and here what I have to do, I have to just set that set async, right? And in this set async, whatever that no key, so whatever key I'm just using to get, so I can take it from there. So if you go to here and just bring that new line, right, this is my user, this is my key, right? So that I will set it over here so that I can get it, right? So set over here, make sure that name should be same for both, all of the place, right? So on here, and then finally what we have to just storing over here, we have to just storing that result dot user. So whatever that user informations, right, so that we have to just storing over here. And if you see, go to that user, see that user has that information like UID, this, and also credentials. So info and credentials, these two things actually we required. That's why I just keep it that user, and once I keep it over here, then also we can deserialize once getting over here, right? So like that actually we can just set it over here and then we can get it. So once I set it, after that we have to notify actually in our uh, enable custom notification, right? So we have to use notify authentication state change, right? This method we have to just call our, you know, this method like get authentication state method. So this will actually change the, this will actually call again and it will check, okay, so once you logged in, so is this logged in, so you will get that again the token over here and checking, okay, if it is available, so it will adding the claim and return back to user and set it that principal, right? So like this way actually we have to notify it, and once you notified, simply we have to send back to user, okay, so this is succeed, means we are getting a success result, right? And then if it is not succeed, so simply we can just store or we can set as a something default message, it is succeed fails, and along with invalid username and password, and whatever that exception you are getting, that also we can store and we can assigning over here, right? So that's all. Yeah, one last thing's actually pending, that logout things, right? So that logout things also, which that is pretty much simple. What I need to do, so I have to, because see, the all things actually we are working using with this local storage, because whatever user information we have to just manipulating and we are using, because after login we have to set it, and then in authentication state provider we are getting as well, right? So main things first, we have to just remove this authentication token from that local storage, so that user should not get that token and they definitely redirect to our login page. So like this way what I will do, so go to logout section, and here let me await, and then local storage service, and remove items async. So this is that also we have method, and simply the token name means that yeah, that key name we have to pass it, so that they can remove first from their here, right? So that is done. Now second things also, see, if we logged in, right? So if I logged in, so once I logged in, so say Firebase authentication client also actually storing that informations, like what the user information. So we have to logged out also this Firebase client as well. So how we can do that? It's simple. So here first, before that, we have to check over here if that Firebase authentication client dot user, right? So this user not equal to null, right? So if it is not equal to null, then I can use it. But yeah, before that we have to just using this, you know, question mark, so that it should not be throw the exception if it is null, this client as well, right? And here simply dot, we have a method sign out method, so we can sign out from client as well, right? So like this way we can sign out, and once you sign out, again we have to call this notification state management, so that we can notify it and we can tell, okay, now principal claim principal has what that current state, right? So where is that guy? Okay, so here. So yeah, just call this notify authentication manager, right? So means whatever perform you're trying to do, like suppose you're trying to logged in, you have to logged out, so you have to just notify it, because in login nothing we are doing, but yeah, from log register nothing we are doing, but login and logged out we are trying to manage that state management, right? So that's why we have to calling this guy. So once you're done, now our all that implementation is done, like registered, logged out, check authentication state, authentication authenticated or not, and logged in, right? So once it's done, now we are good to go to use this this one in our pages, means our login page, our register page, right? So what I need to do, I have to just create a few pages, right? So go to that page section, and in this page section you can just create another folder that is called is account related, right? So we can just make it account, and in this account we have to create a few component, for example login component, register component over here, right? So first I will just create a register component. Let me create a register component over here, and that component name is a register or registration, whatever name prefer, you can just use it. And in this registered, what I need to do, first I just decorate over here uh like that. Okay, so this is a registration. So once it's done, decorate that, the route of the registered, so we can just further implementation. So what is my further implementation? I have to inject, or I have to, yeah, I have to inject that whatever actually that service we have to just create it, right? So if you go to that services, not services, we have to go to custom authentication, right? So the account management has all that method, right? So we have to just inject it, that account, I account management as I injected over here. So let me quickly inject it, and we have to import as well. So instead of importing over here component level, we can keep it to our global level. So where we can do that inside that import.razor files, we can just use it, the namespace on this here, so that we don't need to declare every component, right? So another things also we required, that navigation manager, so that once is registered, so we can navigate to other place, right? And yeah, one more thing actually we required, that because see user, if user try to run this application, so first time we required the checking actually what is that current state. So based on the current state, if it is not logged in user, or you don't have any user token in this local storage, so they will redirect to login page. So by default it is a redirect to login page if it is not authenticated user. So such kind of things we have to actually create another component, but yeah, that will do later. But first let me create a registration and login one, then we have to just create that guy. Okay, so like this way we will do that. Yeah, so what I need to do next I have to just prepare our form, right? So before prepare the form, actually we have to just create a one model, like a registration model. So let me just create a one model that is called over here, inside this model. Let me create a model name as a registered model, or sign in model, or sign up model, right? So let me create a sign up model. So whatever name you can just prefer, you can use it, feel free use it. And here whatever actually we property we required, we can just keep it over here, so like that. And also we have to make it, okay, this is the required field, this is a required field, this is a required field, so that the validation automatic will handle that, and data annotation validation will handle automatically, right? But yeah, up to you. If you record any custom validation and all, we can do that also. So now once it's done, now go back to over here, and simply I have to just assign or initialize over here as a registration model over here as a property, private property, and few other property also we have to record, like for example, if any error and all, so we can just storing over here. So UI perspective, right? And then we have to record one class, so that if you observe, once I show the demo, that spinner actually, once I click the sign in button, spinner actually going rounding things, right? So that actually we handle using this dynamically, right? So once you're done, and also I'll show you one things we can use it, yeah, that we can use it later, but yeah, let me use it. So see, I'm using you know storing as a variable, and this is that actually getting that image. So if you want to handle any image in your registration form, so you can like that actually. This is it is a good things actually, learning perspective. See, it is a shared library, right? So this shared library working for across that all the platform. So in this shared library, how you can get that images and all, so this is that way actually. So all that static image you will get that contain, and then whatever that your name is space, and then you can get it that image. So where is my image? I'll show you. I have whatever image inside the www root, you can get it like that. Okay, so this is another things, the nice things you can learn it. So once done, now we have to just create a now one method. So let me just create a one method, example as submit or registered, whatever up to you, we can use it. So yeah, we can use or sign up also fine, right? Sign up. Once you sign up, so now further actually implementation we can do that. Let me just start that, then after that we will use first I just set it that spinner is now that spinner class. So this I just class, and after that you have to use this, okay, call our method. So what is that method? Act dot method. Here whatever email, username and password, that we have to just passing over like that. Just pass it that email ID, email, username and password. Close it. Then you can store the with the wait, and we are getting that result. If it is success or fail, on this we over here. So if it is success, what I will do is simply redirect to our uh, login page, because it is registered, right? So once you registered, redirect to login page. And once you logged, if it is not registered, means if any and all, so is condition, health condition, simply I just remove that spinner class now things, and then adding that result, whatever the result error, add it over here, and then we are good to go. Now we are design our registration form. I have already handy, actually it's just simple as a edit form, nothing else. So this is just registration, and this is edit form, and we are using that whatever model, and we can calling method and validate method, my validate method. And here we are nothing, just we are using whatever image, see, that image is just getting over there, so we can edit over here. And then this is that username, this is that email address, this is the password, right? Also one thing actually demo, that is not there, that we can edit, and rest of things we are good, right? This is that password, and this is that another button, the link actually, it is already logged in. So we are actually we have to redirect to, it is redirect to login page. And if it is submitted, so this is that submit button, it is the one submitted, so it will comes over here, and it will do the further is done. That now login registration form is done, completely done. So once it's done, now we are going to create another one. that is called is on login. So we have to just create another component that is called as a login, right? So let me just create a login inside this account. Go to here, component, and we have to create that login razor page, right? And again, same things we have to do that. Like first we have to decorate, we have to set that route. So my route would be as a login, right? And then again we have to just use that two things we required, because over here also, so these two service we have to just inject it over here, right? And once it's done, also one thing actually I missed that, so that I will add it later, but yeah, let me complete this one. So what I will do, I have to just again just call this service and calling that login method, and we have to just implement in our here first. So again, just using that property, spinner property, class property, right? By default is that, and then we have to require sign in as well, right? As like we just create a model sign up, so we have to require that sign in model as well. So go to create a new class, call it to sign in, and now make it public. And we require that now two property over here, or whatever property we required, we can just keep it over here. For example, this guy, right? So email and password we required, so go back to over here, and now other things, yeah, now just set it over here, or just initialize that sign in model, right? So this is that sign in model, and also we required one property for that error handling, right? So that user can see that error. So once it's done, now we have to just create another method which will do sign in, right? So we can just do login, just login whatever things actually we required, we can just keep it over here. And again, first we have to set our spinner class over here, so that once I click, I can see that rounding navigation things. And over here again, I have to call this guy. So let me call this guy dot logged in. So this is the login, and in this login, what we required actually that sign in model has a email and password, so that we have to just passing over here as a email and password, and we can just store it over here, and further we can just implementation that. And also it is a sync method, so simply I can just using await, and that's it, right? And then again we have to just checking if it is logged in, right? So if it is logged in, so what I will do, simply redirect to some pages, right? So we have to redirect to our where actually we want, so we will to redirect to our the root pages. So this is my root pages, and then once is fail, so let me show that error list over here and clean that guy, right? So like that actually we can do that. And one more thing, actually see this error we have to edit, but we have not shown here actually where actually error will appearing, right? So that error will should appearing on the top. So for that we have to simply using as a conditions, like whatever error list is length is greater than 0, then iterate that, because it's the array, right? It's the array of the list. So whatever array, whatever error, so we have just binding over here as a iterating through, right? And so once it's done, now we have to just create a login form over here. That's it, right? So this is again, it is very much similar to sign up one. So this is edit form, this is a data annotation validation, right? And this is that email address, this is password, and again this is that link. If it is already if don't have a login, so you can just create it a new user like this link. And also this is a submit one, right? So now login and submit has been done, right? So now we are good to use this login and registration, right? But yeah, one more thing actually, one more thing actually, we record that logout, right? So let me just complete that logout as well, so that we can just run our application quickly and see what the behavior, and if any error, so definitely we will look into that and we'll fix it. So let me just create logout button. So logout, not logout button, logout component actually. So logout, and again we just decorate over here as like we have done before. So this is that logout, and in this logout we have to require this guy. So this is that, and also we can use that navigation as well, like if it is logout, so just redirect to our login page, right? So that we can do that. So for this, what I will do, I can just use this guy. So let me add this one also. So once it's done, now we are good to go. And then log out, what we have to show over here. So yeah, there's a two-way actually. If you want to show that logout screen properly over here, so that we don't require this navigation manager, like if user logged out, so it's shown, okay, you have logged out properly, and then you can just use that click that login one, you can go back to login one, right? So like that actually you can do that, but yeah, I don't think we require that. Okay, so what I will do, simply just log out click we can handle as well. So yeah, so yeah, just keep it simple as of now, but yeah, we can make it a complex way as well. So what I will do, simply I have to just using a view, auth view over here, so that I can just checking the authorized view. So this is that authorized view, and also we have to bring that namespace. So this is that bring the namespace on, so we can just keep it this guy to our main one, right? So go to main one over here, that's it. Now go back, and here what I will do next I have to just on initialize this component overload. Let me create a overload method, and on initialize method, on initialize async method, on initialize async method, and on initialize async method. Now here actually see, in this here we have to require that check authentication, right? So that's why we have to just create it. So let me show you what does mean. So if this method means that and see, this is the check authentication. So here we have to check, okay, if it is authenticated or not, right? So if it is not authenticated, and also we have to decorate with await. So right, see, this is returning true and false, and here we check, okay, if it is authenticated. So what I need to do, simply, so if it is authenticated, that means we have to log out, but without authenticated it log out, definitely it will throw exception, right? So that's why we have to just checking, okay, user is authenticated means user is logged in user. Yes, if it is logged in user, so simply I have to just use await act and dot act dot, we have a logout mechanism, right? So we can just simply call that logout mechanism over here, and that's it, right? So these things actually we have to do that in this logout over here. And also if you want, this is onload method, that is fine. If you want to show over here something, so you can show it, but yeah, you can redirect as well in your place, right? So but yeah, I'll show you over here what does mean. So I will just create something so that this component shows, okay, if it is logged out, so it is logged out proper, this using this, see, I'm using the authorized view, and there's a section of the authorized. So if it is authorized, so it will show this guy login you out, right? And also if it is not authorized, so it will show, okay, you are log out, and this is that login things, right? So like this way actually we can decorate this component, but yeah, whatever the best way as per requirement we can use it. But yeah, as of now this is fine, and we don't require this guy. So now our logout also has completed, means all that component has been completed, right? So now is the main part, right? So what is the main part? Suppose I'm just running this application, so by default it is running, it is calling actually that home, this is a root component, right? So that root component not should be called, actually it should call a root component, but in this root component we have to decide it, okay, we are actually, we if it is logged in user, so go to that go to that and our dashboard page. If it is not logged in user, so it should be redirect to our login page. So that mechanism actually we have to do that. So for that, what I will do, I have to just create app launch component. So that app launch component will handle such kind of things, and also we will use that further implementation that app launch we required. If it is token is expire, so then also should be redirect to that page and all, right? So in this main component, main pages, I'll just create that here, that app launch component over here, right? And in this app launch component, simply I have to just decorate as a route this guy, right? And then also this is the title, means that component heading, and it should be, so if it is taking time, so I can just take it a spinner or something. Actually we can show it over here, but yeah, as of now I think the loading something is fine, right? And then what I can do in this on initialize on after rendering, whatever things actually the suit over here we can use it, but as of now I will use it on after, yeah. So see, I will use that on after render async method over here, right? And so that once complete rendering this component, then actually I want to call this guy. And here again I have to just condition again for that, right? So what is my condition? Let me remove this guy. So again I have to use this, actually this service. So let me call this service over here. So whatever account service, okay, just make it the same name so that no confusing. So go to that login page, and this is that common variable. So let me use this common variable and use this guy to over here, okay? And then we can check it, okay, if it is true, right? And also see, this is a async method, so I can use it that await async, right? And see, it is true. If it is true, that means you can just navigate to also actually miss that navigation button. So let me add that navigation part also. There's a many thing actually we have to do in future, means upcoming session in this launching component, because many logic we have to do over here, right? That's why I just create it separately. So as of now we are good to actually do that, okay? If it is authenticated, right, so means user logged in, so we have to go to navigate this dashboard page, right? And else part, if it is not authenticated, so where I have to go to that, I have to go to that login page. So like that actually we have to handle. But yeah, also see, if it is authenticated, right, means authenticated means whatever that authentication is authenticated, right? So if it is authenticated, then we have to go to over here, and then again we can check it, like okay, whatever our token, right? So based on this token also, that actually we can handle that also in our custom provider class. But yeah, up to you, you can use it. Suppose you can just inject it your service, that local storage service, you can get the token, and your token you can just extract and you can just use it over here. For example, I'll just adding some comments over here, for example this guy, right? So see, it is authenticated, that is fine, but might be token got expire, and also you can just get the token and checking the token, and based on this token also, if it is unauthenticated, you can just call that refresh token again, get that new token, and then logged in, and then you can just pass it to dashboard. So many things actually you can do that. So that's I just keep it over here. But yeah, we are actually suit, you can just keep it over here. But yeah, later on we will check it, okay, we are actually we have to do that kind of things, okay? Means once expired that whatever token is generated, that will keep it in our local, right? So once I expire that token, how we can handle generate the new token and logged in that user automatically, right? That we will do in upcoming session. But yeah, as of now we are good. Like this launch, this app launcher component will be redirect over here first time, and then if it is logged in user, so go to this guy. If it is not logged in user, so go to this guy, like that. And whatever our dashboard screen, so see, as of now I'm using the dashboard, so I don't have as a dashboard. So that dashboard screen I can make it for this guy. Where is my home component? Yeah, this is my home component. And also this dashboard we can just decorate as a authenticate it, right? Because nobody can directly call this pages and go to that page, so it should not be called right directly, right? So for that, what I need to do, we have to do something over here. In this case actually we can set as attribute, so this is that attribute, right? And this attribute actually tell, okay, if this component is authorized, then we can do it, otherwise you can just keep it. And also just go to means keep it these things in our common place. So where is our common place? So here is my common place, and just storing over here and go back, and that's it, right? And then same things whenever you want, right? Whatever actually component you want to restrict to directly logged in, so you can just do it over here, like this way. So what I will do, I will use this actually this hotel component also I don't want to call directly, so I can use this guy over here. Then also home component is secure, so whatever component you want to secure, you can just secure it over here. And then the one last things actually, now component is got ready, implementation also done ready, right? So now last things actually we have to do for that route page. So see here we have the route.razor component, and in this route.razor component, see, right, this time just simply route and find the context and all. So we have to just modify over here something, so that our authentication provider can handle, can get it that claims, and then they can handling over here. So for that, what I can do, simply just uh, just copy, right? Or just before copy, what I will do, I can just, before that, you have to just decorate this guy, cascading, right? And also cascading, we have to just closed and the end over here. So we have to use cascading authentication state, so that they, whatever our authentication state, right, so they will actually checking over here, and then based on this actually it will routing the component. If it is authenticated, so it will redirect, or if it is not, then it is saying it is not authenticated, right? So what I need to do, simply over here, that is whatever that find context, that is fine, but only change the route view. So instead of route view, we have to change to authorize route view, right? So that only authorized route view we can redirect to that our component, means our load that component. And if it is not found, suppose somebody is trying to found this way, if it is not found, so we can just use as a not found over here, right? That we can do. And also there's a many things we can do over here, like suppose it is found this guy, if it is not found, then we can just redirect to login page. Also we can mention over here like that way. But yeah, as of now I just using is not found and something, right? So that is way, and yeah, that's it, right? So once it's done, now we are good to go to run our all that platforms, right? So for these other platforms, our, for example, this guy, right? So if I want to run our web applications, right, so we have to just register some things, like for example, see, we have just implement many things, right? For example, uh, this implementation along with that declaration, right? So we have to register, and also we have used that Firebase authentication client, right? So those things also we have to register. So whatever client actually we have to use, so we have to just register. So here I actually have to register. Suppose I want to run our web application, so there is a program.cs file, and in this program.cs file, see, is already is a register. Previously we have to register for that this service, right? So similar things we have to register other service as well, right? So that we have to do that. So first of all, so let me make it this place. Yeah, so this is that place. So first service we have to do, for example, our builder dot this guy and add singleton, right? So let me copy this guy and add singleton over here. We have to register first our Firebase client. So new Firebase auth client, right? So what is that name, exact name? This is that exact name, Firebase auth client. And in this Firebase Auth client, what we required configurations. So that we have to do that. I already actually covered this, how we can register Firebase Auth client in our .NET MAUI application. So you can refer over there. So as of now, I'm not going to do details, but yeah, this is way actually we can register Firebase Auth client over here. So Firebase Auth client, we required, this guy, we required that Firebase Auth configuration. So let me just create a auth configurations over here, and in this auth configurations we have to record, see there's a few things over here, like for example we required app key. So you can get your app key from your uh, Firebase console app, right? And then we have to record auth domain, so you also can use that auth domain over here. And then last thing actually we required over here, what provider actually we have to use. So as of now we have to use, or we have to actually using that email provider, so that we have to just making over as a email provider, like that. Okay, so this way actually we can register our Firebase auth client, so that I can use it in our application, right? And where you can get that app API key and auth key, I already covered, but I'll show you one more time. And it is just complaining, I think I missed something. Yeah, so this guy, so app key and authentic auth domain, you can go to your Firebase console log, and if you go to your any applications, for example, uh, you have to just create a new project. Once you create a new project, so you can go to, suppose I want to show you something over here. Suppose, see, this is that existing one. So if you go to this guy, and you have to click that authentication, and see this time the sign in. So first you have to just whatever provider, so this is that provider which I'm talking. Actually, see, I'm using the email provider, right? So there is a multi provider. So first you have to just enable this multi provider over here. So enable this guy. So this is one thing, so you have to do that authentication. So it should be enable. Once you enable, so now you have go to that setting page, and in the setting page authentication domain, so you can get this domain. So this is the domain, so you can just copy this domain and edit over here, right? So that you have to do that one setting. Then another things, actually you have to record that app key, right? So here you can get that app key. So you have to just see whatever project you selected, you have to see that range button. So go to that range button, and using that project setting, and inside this project settings, so see this is that API key. So that API key you can just copy over here and just edit over here. So these things actually you have to required, right? So let me add it over here, my settings, so that I show you as a demonstration perspective. But yeah, you can create your own one and you can use it, right? So once you're done, now what other things actually we have to do that. So that is done, this guy done. And then we have to just use, we have to use that Blazor, Blazor locations, right? So that also we have to register. So how we can do that? So let me copy again this guy and go down over here, dot use add Blazor location storage. So that actually we have to just using that extension method, that Blazor over here, and also bring that namespace. So this is that bring the namespace. You can just bring the namespace over here, and that's it. So for here, actually I'll show you so that you can understand. So if you go to that custom app, go to that custom host provider, see two things actually we are you injected, right? One is Firebase client, so which we have already done over here, and then another one is that iLocation provider, iLocation storage provider. So that also we have to just using the extension method. There is own extension method, actually that package, so that we have to use, so that they can registered and they can give it to us. Okay, and then we have to register this custom authentication provider, right? So that also we have to do that. So similar, what I can do, I can just use as a over here. So let me register directly over here, like this way, right? So see, I'm using that add scope, but yeah, as per requirement, whatever we can use it and just bring back that. Okay, so this is not a right name, I guess. So let me copy this guy, custom auth provider, and just bring back to over here. Okay, so might be, yeah, so it is by mistake we have make it internally, so make it the public. Go back. Now we have to good to go to this class. Yeah, so now see, authentication provider implementation. Actually, see, this is the authentication implementation, and this is actually authentication provider. Actually, there we have to inherit, right? So that we have to just like that. First we have to do that like that, and then second we have to uh, do something over here, right? So what I can do, I can just register that state provider as well with that our implementation, right? So like this way, see, so I'm using again a scope that see, and whatever that our interface, right? So this is my interface, and what is that implementation? So this is my implementation. Actually that service actually got implementation inside this guy, right? So these two things actually you have to take in care to register. So once you register successfully, now one last thing actually we have to do that, we are using authentication, custom authentication provider, right? So we have to just register, add authentication authorization core as well. So this service also we have to do that. So once you done, now we have to go to run this application. So let me run this application in web application first. Now see, application got running, and also see redirect to our this page. So suppose once I click this guy, so it is redirect to login page only, and also see over here, right? And if I click that hotel list, now see you are able to see unauthorized, right? This is working perfectly fine. And also once I click this new page, that is over here, right? But only issue is over here that image is not appearing. Yeah, that's fine, we can look into that issue, but yeah, as of now that is fine. Also once I click this guy, so it is gone. And also check it, validation also it's working fine. Go to here, registration, also validation working fine, means everything is perfectly working fine, right? And one thing actually I miss it, right? See, as a demo I show, this is once I logged in, so this here should be appearing the name. Yeah, so once I let me show you. First let me just create a new user and try to log in, and then we will implement this guy. Okay, so let me create a new user, fresh user. So go to my here, and this is my application, right? And check the what are the user we have. Okay, so we have this user, right? So demo and demo 1 2 3 and kkp. So let me create a new user, for example dot net real world example, right? So this is a username, and dot net at the rate gmail.com, and password would be my default password, right? And once I registered, so see it is loading button appearing, and see once I successful login registered, it is redirect to login page. And if you want to see, go back to that console application. See this new login means new user got created over here, right? With this user id and all. And now I want to log in that user. So what is that logged in username? Username is uh, .net at the rate gmail.com. And what is my password? This is my password. Sign in. So this is wrong. So .net gmail.com might be password is not correct. So let me try to logged in. Yeah, still .net gmail.com. Yeah, might be something issue. So let me try to figuring out. So what is that issue, right? So go to this guy here and click to login, right? Because I think so it is some mismatching over here, so that's why it is just not logged in. But yeah, let me try. It is email and this is password. So correct email and password we are getting or not, that we have to check it. So let me go back and sign in. So once I sign in, see my .net gmail.com, that is fine. And also password is this guy. This is the default password. And let me see .net. Okay, see my email address is wrong actually. Means my username is wrong. So let me continue this guy. So once you continue, also see, I want to show you something. Yeah, this is the right place actually. See, once I exception over here, I'll show you that what kind of exception actually you will, if it is login failed, so what kind of exception you will get. So once I sign in, go back over here and just continue, you will see that exception. And once you expand that exception, you will see it is saying invalid login credentials, right? That means also it is clearly saying it is invalid login. Let me show you in that quick batch also. See, it is invalid login, the response, right? And so for 400, like whatever response we are getting, we can show that user as well, right? So that's why I just showing you. And also just continue. And once you continue, let me add that right email address, right? And just sign in. And this time I should get that login. Yeah, see, once I logged in, now that logged in over here. And also we are getting the dashboard page, which is only authentication user can get it, right? And also see, once you click that hotel list, I'm able to get load that hotel list data. The previously it was not there, right? So now one more thing actually it is missing. See, once I logged in, so it should be appearing logged out button and also the display name. This implementation is still pending, right? So let me quickly fix that. And then we have to run our application in other platform like desktop as well as mobile application. So for this, what you need to do, you have to go to the shared for share library, right? And here, if you go to that layout menu, we have that nav menu, right? Because everything is getting from that nav menu. So this is that static things over here. So that we have to change it to our things, right? So what I can do, simply just comment this guy, right? And we have to just add that authorized view, because only authorized view can get those information, right? So let me add that authorize attribute and just close that authorized attribute first. And in this authorized attribute, you have to see authorized. So if only authorize conditions, right? So then we have to just set our username. So how we can get that username? I can get it my username from here, like context, current context, right? User pin identity. So whatever identity we have added while authentication, so that we can get it as a username, email, whatever things you want, you can get it over here. And then we have to show only authorize, means once I logged in, then it is authorized and then it will appearing the name. So this is first things actually we have to do in this nav menu. And another things also you have to just do over here. For example, this is nav menu, right? And this is hotel also. See, it is by default you are not able to if user don't want to show over here actually without logged in, so you can just decorate again that authorize and authorized view in this nav menu, so that user only visible once user is logged in, right? So I actually already covered these things, but yeah, that's why I'm not covering over here. But yeah, what I need to do next, so once is this guy, and another things actually we have to add over here, logout button, right? So for logout button, I have to just create another div over here. So for example, let me create another div and just close that guy. And inside that, we have to again just create a navigation, this navigation, right? So let me just create a navigation inside that. See, this is just simple navigation which will just navigate to our logout page, because this link actually we will reach it to logout page, right? Simple. And this logout button, it should visible only that authorized view, right? So for that actually we have to just decorate again. So see that logout authorize, right? And then authorized view, and then authorized view again, authorize authorize authorized, right? And in this authorized keyword, means authorized component, we have to show this navigation. So only authorized person can see this navigation once is logged in, right? So this is the way actually you can just handle, right? So once you save, now we are good to go to run this application and see in action. So now see one more thing actually. So once I F12 and go to that local storage, you will see whatever actually we are logged in. Why it's logged in? Because it is getting from that local storage, right? So local storage, if I directly close, so it will keep it in our local storage, and once I logged out, so it's proper logged out, right? So if it is local storage, you will see that is actually we have just stored, right? So this is my storage key, auth key, and this is that all that information. So you can see all that informations over here, right? So that's why it is by default is logged in. And if it is logged in, so anything's whatever that user thinks is working, and also see the name, whatever name user logged in, also it is appearing over here, right? So this is perfectly working fine. So once I logged out, let me try to logged out. So once I logged out, see it is logged out, also it is removed, and also this guy also got removed, right? And also once you logged in, so it is over here, and just clicked over here, already logged in. So again just try to logged in again. So what was the my email? So that is that, yeah, it got dot, it was not .net, but yeah, it is, I guess, something like that. So let me check it instead of failing this guy. Yeah, this is guy, just copy this guy, go back, paste it over here, and just adding that name is password, and remove everything from here. And it is logged in, and once you logged in, you are appearing over here this guy logout button, along with this everything is working perfectly. And once I logged out, so once I click, you are not authorized, right? So like this way. And also if you trying to directly dashboard, so for example dashboard, right? So see, once I dashboard, it is redirect to a login page automatically, right? So that is why actually we have to use that app launcher. So it is automatically redirect to this page. So that is done. Now let me check that other platform as well. So for this again, we have to do same things for other platform, because see, this is a two different platform, right? One is web application is a different a project, and that other platform like mobile, Android, iOS, Mac, Windows is a different library. So whatever things actually we have done registration from here, right? Same things we have to do over there as well. So let me copy everything from here. Just copy from here and go back to your MAUI applications and go to that MAUI program. And in this MAUI program and the and over here, so just edit all that things over here, and that's it, right? So only whatever project you have to just configure, you have to register everything, and then we are good to go, right? And also you can just change to that project and run it first window. Now your application got running, right? And also it is by default going to a login page. If I just click over here, it is unauthorized. Click at the home, it is over here. Once I click that, click here, so it is redirect to that register page. Also click over here, right? And let me try to logged in. So not logged in actually, just let me try to create another account as well, so that every platform we can check all that functionality, right? Which should be work fine. So what is for here, okay, so this is the desktop. So let me add desktop at the rate gmail.com, right? Or oh sorry, this is that username, right? So let me add over here, and what I can do here, just desktop, right? This is desktop, and here my password, what is my default password? So this is my default password, and register. So once you register, it should be redirect to login page. See, once you complete, that means it is redirect to login page. And let me try to okay, so before that we have to just make sure it is just created or not. Okay, see, this is just created. Let me copy this guy and go back to here, logged in with the email and just password. So let me add sign in. Now see, it is sign in, and also log out button is over appearing. Whatever that user, that is also appearing. Click that hotel list also getting populated, right? So that is why that is looks good, it's working fine. So similar things, let me close that and let me check it the mobile application as well. So for mobile, just let me open our emulator, the Android emulator. So as of now it is a window application, so I have emulator, but yeah, uh, Android emulator. But yeah, if do we have any Mac operating system or Apple device, so you can just using iOS emulator as well. Yeah, finally it's deployed on my Android device and it's redirect to our this page, right? Means our login page. So once what I will do, I have to just create a new user. So let me create over here, and in here what I have to do, just create a, like for example mobile. So I'm just creating a new user from that mobile. So gmail.com, and just password is whatever the default my password. So just I'm adding over here. So okay, so not this guy, this is my password. So let me remove this guy. Okay, so this is username. So yeah, always I just forget this guy. So this is the mobile, and also we have to just created mobile @gmail.com, and then mobile @gmail.com, and then the password. So yeah, what is that password? This is my password, and just finally register. So once you registered, it should be redirect to login page. So see, once you registered means it is registered successfully. So if you go to over here and just refresh, so you're able to see that mobile user also available here. And once you go to here, and if I just paste, yeah, it is paste is working fine. So just add that username and password and just sign in. Once you sign in, it should be, see the that whatever user it's logged in over here, and also you are able to see that logout button. So as of now, see that mobile mobile layout is not good over here, but yeah, upcoming session we will fix as well. Like different layout will be used for desktop app, different layout will use for that web app, and different layout will use for mobile app as well. So that is a upcoming session, but as of now, functionality perspective, it's working fine. Also once I click this hotel list, it should be rendered that hotel list as well, right? So means everything is looks good. So now just I'll show you all that platform together. So this was the mobile. Now let me open is a Windows. So this is mobile, and let me open Windows as well. Now this is my window application, right? And also it is just login, see desktop logged in over here, right? And similar, I have to just open to our web application as well. So let me run this web application as well. So now web application nothing have, but yeah, what I will do, I have to just create another user for that web application as well, and that also with logged in, so that I can show you the mobile is different user in a mobile, different user for desktop, and different user for over here. So what I will do, simply I already have another user, so I can use it, that my main user. So gmail.com, and this is my password. So once I sign in, so now see, sign in with this KKP user, right? So let me show you, mobile is a mobile user and desktop is a desktop user. And if I click that hotel list, so it is populating hotel list as well. And if I go to their web application, populating hotel list as well, right? So that means all that platform is perfectly authentication with Firebase is working fine. And now see, already we have a token, so already it is logged in, right? And along with that username, and I can see only that hotel list, right? But there is a no user management system over here, so that we will implement, don't worry about that. So first of all, what I need to do for that, let me close that. So you have to just logged in, or you have to go to logged in here, console Firebase google.com, and here I already explained actually where I can manage all that user and all, right? So there is a section, and where is the section actually authentication. So if you go to that authentication, or let me show you that first. From you have to go to that this console firebase.com and go to that particular project which you want to do, and go to that authentication section. You are able to see that user section, whatever that user you have currently, you are able to see all that information over here. So whatever user I will just create it from here, that will add it over here, Firebase authentication, right? And if you want to delete also, you can delete it. But yeah, what I need to do, I have to require to this Firebase authentication user, so I have to require one secret or private key over here, so that we can coordinate in our application. So what I need to do, simply just select this guy and go to that project setting, and little that scroll down, and here that see all that information on that particular project. It is general information, but yeah, we have to go to that service account. So click on that service account, and once you loaded this service account, now see, you're able to see this is that actually way you can just connect it in your application, like whatever that application, like .NET or Node.js or Java, Python or Go. So there's a sample code, but yeah, we require this generated new private key, right? So once you click generated this guy, so it will just generate it. Like for example, let me just create it and generate it. So once you click over here, it will be download automatically over here. See, now it is asking to where is you want to download. So just simply you just download it over here, right? And we will use this file in a later, right? So that is first things we have to just generate it, new private key, and keep it your place, and then we will use in our .NET MAUI application over here. So first what I can do, simply I can just create another folder, right, where I can keep that that file, right? So before that, I just open my shared library. Here I have to just implement that user management screen, right? So where I can do that, simply I can go to that account section, and it's already done. Everything is from that account system, like login, log out, and register. So I will create another things over here, which is that user list. So first we will bind that user over here, so that this shared component can I can use for that all other platform as well. So let me just create a new component, right click on that, create a new Blazor component, and over here let me put at the name using a Blazor component, right? So this is that name. And first of all, before we start everything, we have to decorate that component as a page user, so that I can just call as a user, so I can call this component, right? So this is done, and then we have to record some things, some additional logic over here, so that we will do. So let me start create a one method, right? That a private method which we can that get the data, load the data from that Firebase Auth. Like for example, if you see, go to again that Firebase console and go to that authentication section. So whatever that user I have in a Firebase authentication, that I can just get it from here and load it over here, and then we can bind in this user's component, right? So that's why we have to just create a new method over here. Let me just create it a new method, for example load data, or whatever name you can put it, like load data or load user data from that auth, or like that, right? So that we can do that. Okay, and then simply I just use a try catch, so that we can avoid that exception and all, and we can just make it this guy, and that's all. Okay, so now first we have to call we have to record actually one package to call one library, or we can call other one a package which we can interact in our that secret key, and then they can returning the data, whatever that user data, right? So that package name would be like Firebase admin, right? So that we have to install. So let me right click on that shared folder and go to that NuGet package, and here let me look for that package. It's a Firebase admin. Now see, this is that Firebase admin package which will interact, or you can see it is a Firebase SDK enabled to server.NET developers to integrate the Firebase things, right? So simply you just install this guy in your applications, install whatever the latest one, install it and apply that. So once you apply, now also just make sure it is a green tick so that it is properly installed. So once you install, go back to your here, and here actually we can just call that class, like see, this is that class actually, Firebase Auth, which is provide that package, and we required import one namespace, which is that Firebase or admin auth. So instead of you declare over here, I will just declare in the main global place so that I can use other component as well, right? So let me place it over here. Now here what I can do, simply I have to use the default instance, and then you can see many options over here. Like you can just create custom token, create a user, delete user, everything, whatever that user related things you can do over here, like list of users and revoke refresh tokens, so update user, and also set that custom user claims as well, right? So most of the things we have used over here as update user and custom claims, and and that create user, right? So those things we will use, but as of now we have to use over here as a list of users, right? So where is the list of users? So list users and asyncs, and inside, see, there is a overload method over here, like list of user options, whatever the options you want, but as of now I want only all that user, right? So if you want to use that particular user and all, you can just using that parameter and you can pass it over here. But yeah, as of now I want everything, so I can just simply pass it as a null, right? And once you get the null, I can store as a variable over here, whatever the data, or we are getting that response, right? So once I call this guy, I can get that page enumerable data, right? So if you mouse over here, just this function, like see, it is a returnable things over here, like it will get return that export user records, right? So whatever that is report user we are getting, now what I can do, I can simply use this guy and dot, I can use as row response, right? And then as row response we can use get async enumerator. Like this is the way actually to get that data, because we can't directly get that all that user, but yeah, this is the way which is provide that documentation as well, which I can share with you. You can check out as well that Google Firebase documentation, right? So now we are getting that response, finally we are getting that response. And then once I get that response, we can iterate, or we can check, okay, what is that next movement section and all, right? So simply you have to use that while loop, right? And in this while loop, simply response that move next, like whatever the response we are getting, we have to iterate that infinite loop over here, right? And then once I getting that data, finally we can just use that response, right? Whatever that response over here, we can just store as a current. So also we can just finally, now we are getting that whatever that return type we saw in this over here, right? So this is the return type, right? Exported user record, so which will be are stored over here. Now we are getting that whatever that current response we are getting, we are storing over here. And then here now we can iterate for each loop and we can get the data. So there is a many way you can use it, like simple link queue query and all, you can just use it. But yeah, I will use over here as a simple way so that you can easily understand how we are getting. So see, this is response, and this in this response, if you see, there are the users, right? Also next space token and all, everything is over here. But yeah, we required only users, so I can use it as a users. And then we have to store that user, and then we can keep it in our model and we can store it over here. So for that, what I will do, whatever it is that we have to need to conversion over here, right? So we have to just create a one model which we can just storing over here, and we can just keep it that. So for that, I already just created one model in the last time. If you go back over here and yeah, that model is over, not there. So let me just create a one model, so which we can just getting the data of that user auth, right? So if you go to that user auth, now see, yeah, this is that model actually I'm looking. So yeah, this model which have that all the information which we record, like user ID, display, email, and photo, and this guy, right? But yeah, for now we record few more few more property over here, like for example phone number, which will not over there, which will be update also. So that's why we record that phone number. And also we required user role, so that we can just create it as a user role property as well, like roles of the list of the string of the roles, right? So these two additionally property we have to add it. So once you add, now go back, and here we can simply just create a as a user list of that user, list of the info, means whatever that user. So we can store it, and we can just keep it store one by one inside this list. So that actually we are trying to do over here. So simply I already just created, right? So what I can do, I can just create it over here, and let me close this guy. Now see, I just created an info model, right? And info model, I just simply converted whatever that user display to display, email to email, and email ID to email ID, right? But here I also have to add it the roles, right? Which we have to just add it over here, right? And this is that role, and in this roles, right? How we can get that roles? Simply, so that is important, that's why I not copy paste. So yeah, you can use that user, and inside that user you can get that custom claims, right? Inside this custom claims you can use it, whatever custom claims actually we are getting, like, so actually how we are storing the data, that is important. So that's why you can understand actually how we are trying to store the data on a custom claims. So basically we have to trying to store the data. For example, I can show you over here, like for example here. So I will store as a data in the custom claim, like for example is admin, for example it should be a dictionary, right? So is admin, and that value would be is a true or false, whatever things. So like that actually I have to store that claim. So that's why we have to retrieve the data, and we have to convert it. Okay, if it is admin, so basically for that UI it will treat as a admin. If a is admin true, that means is the user has a roles of that admin. If is admin is false, so that means user does not have a user roles of that admin, right? So like that we have to use. And why I'm using this approach, I'll tell you, because it is for that security rules. Like in the further session I will show you that rules, how we can authenticate that rules, so that our data can secure using that Firebase rules. So that's why I'm using this guy. So let me add it over here, and over here simply I can use that lambda expression, and in this lambda expression I can use that value. So whatever actually, see, this is that dictionary, right? So whatever values we are getting, so that if it is true, so then yeah, I can use this guy. Okay, so this is object, right? So this is object. So what I will do, simply I will change it to bool, so that I can convert it to as a bool. And then if it is true, then to list, right? To list, yeah. So once to list, and then we have to select it. Actually we have to select it, whatever that key we have to getting, so that we have to select it over here. And in that again we have to use another for example this guy lambda expression, and here whatever that key, right? So let me use s dot key. Now see, this time I can get the key, whatever the key, I will get that key, this guy. But we have to store like in our user, like admin, user, and all, right? So let me show you one more things over here, so that you can understand. Okay, so like for example user admin, or is user is guy. right? So whatever that claims we are getting that is admin true or is user false. So that I will get it over here. So now we have to store as a roles. Now see, this is a list of string, right? So whatever roles we are getting as a key, we have to convert it again to our this list of string, right? Like for example, only we have to store like this way. For example, remove this guy. If it is true, so then it is admin. If it is false, so that means nothing, right? So like this way actually we have to store. So for that we have to need to convert actually. So whatever key we are getting, we have to convert. So for that conversion, what I will do, I have to simply, I can create a one dictionary, or we can keep it some other place as well. That up to you, but yeah, I will show you over here. Now see, I have to just create a one dictionary, so that whatever key I have to pass over there, like suppose I have to pass this key, so they will returning this guy. I have to pass this key, so they will returning this guy, right? So yeah, that's why actually see, simply I just filter out whatever that custom. If it is true, like suppose we have a 3 roles and 3 roles is a true, so that means we get that 3 roles, and that 3 roles has a their key, we have to pass that key, and that key it will match over here and returning this this information, means that value, right? So for that, simply what I can do, I can use the dictionary over here, like key, whatever that key map, right? I am using key map and just pass it to the key. I can simply pass like that, and let me bring to new line so that you can see easily. Okay, so here simply add it over like that and make it to to list, right? And that's it, right? So now see, I'm getting this data, right, as a to list. Finally I can select it as single keys, like whatever keys, and they will convert it over here and assigning to that roles, like whatever that user roles, right? So this is done, and finally we can terminate over here, and we have that user model, right? And once you get that user model, we have to simply add it in our list, this list which we have to trying to prepare over here, right? So simply I add it over here. So iterate how many times of user, like if it is 10 user, so they will convert it to 10 times, right? And then add it over here. So once you add it over here, now finally we have to bind actually. Now we have to data over here. Now we have to bind in our over here. So for binding, we have to use that guy. What is that? Quick grid, right? So in this quick grid, we have to require iQueryable list. So let me just create a one more property. This is a user list, which is I just prepared the iQueryable, and we have to store all the data, whatever data we have to store over here, right? So that we have to store over here. So once iterate all that iteration completed, right? So once iteration complete, for each complete, after that for each, like this here, right? So after for each, I can simply assigning whatever that user informations, this user information as a to list, and we can ask queryable, so that we can assign to iQueryable list. That's it. So now our data got ready, right? Now we can binding, we can start our binding. So let me start, or let me create our HTML so that our user can bind it over here. So let me copy that complete design. I'm not going to show that design because I already covered, if you see my another here, like I already covered over here the total management system. In here I using that quick grid, so same grid I will use it over here to bind the data, right? And this is same things. Let me remove extra things over here. Now see, I just use that user list binding over here, right? And as of now, let me comment it out this guy so that I can show you why I'm just using this guy, because this is important actually. So that's why I can keep it over here, and this is roles, right? And yeah, so these are actions. As of now we don't have these are actions. So what I will do, simply I can just comment it over here and save it. Now see, all that error has been gone. And what I'm trying to do over here, see, I show that display list over here, and I show that email ID, right? And also if you want to that phone number, you can show it over here. And then here that role bindings, right? So whatever roles we have, that we trying to bind, if role has a value, so that we trying to bind it over here. And else if does not have a role, so simply we can say no role assign over here or something like whatever things you can. And this is that actions, like edit actions and delete actions we will do in a later, but yeah, as of now we can just comment it over here, and that's it, right? So now see, our implementation got done, and this is that our method has been created, and this method I will call it to in our on initialize component, right? So let me just create it on initialize component over here using that override method on initialize lifecycle look method of that Blazor component. So where is that on initialize method? Yes, this is that on initialize method, and here simply I can call remove this guy and call it to this guy. So that's it. And also we have to use this is async await, right? So now we are good to call this user to another from our nav menu, right? So now go back to shared library and go to layout section and go to that main layout, not main layout, actually we have to go to the nav menu, and in this nav menu we have to just create actually another nav, so that I can just click on over here and I can call that things, right? Because we already see, we have already decorate whatever authentication user can see. So similar we have to do that for that users list, so that only user, which user means authenticated, so that user only can see that list, right? So for this where I can put it over here, so see, this is that hotel list, and after that I can use it this guy, right? So now see, I can wrap that authorize view and then authorize, and simply I am using this users and that user list. That's it, right? So implementation perspective, like component perspective, it is done. I can get that records over here, right? But yeah, if you run these things, right? So if you run these things for our web application, so there is some dependency, right? So let me show you, or let me understand actually. Go back to again that pages or account. Yeah, now see, there is a dependency. If you see, this Firebase Auth is a library, right? Which we this is a class, right? Which we are trying to use. So this is a dependent, right? So that we have to just configure in our applications, like our suppose our platform, like this is a web applications, and this is our MAUI application. So we have to just decorate, or we have to resolve the dependency of that particular things, so that I can use that one, right? So go to that web application first project and go to that program.cs file and scroll down, and where we already done. Now see, we have to resolve the other dependency, like which we have done in last time, like Firebase Auth client and Firebase client, right? Many things we have done. So similar I have to done, I have to just resolve the dependency of that Firebase things, right? So how we can do that? It is very simple. There's a many way actually you can do that. Like for example, Firebase, right? Firebase app. So let me use that Firebase app. This is that Firebase app class, right? And actually we have to record that namespace. So let me bring that namespace. Yeah, so look like, see, look like I already added over here a package, but it is not over there, right? So might be we have to build it so that I can get it from here. So let me save it and first build it, so that whatever package I just added our shared library, so I can get it from here as well. Okay, now finally that compiled successfully, right? And once we compile successfully, now I can able to see that package over here. Now see, I'm getting that package, right? So also it is importing directly over here. And then if you to try to over here, so see, simply you can just like that, right? If you just create it over here, right, like this way, and we have there's a many wings, actually many overload method, so that we can use it over here. So like for example, I'll show you. So see, there's a for overload method. First one, we have to just create these things, and then we have to globally, actually we have to set that environment, so that will fine. But there is another way like we can just use that app options, right? And inside that app option we can use that Google credentials and we can pass it to directly about that private key. So that approach we have to try to use over here. So what I can do, simply that new Firebase or just app options, right? App options, yeah, this is that app options. And inside this app options, let me over here, now see there's a many things over here. So what I will do, I will use that credentials, and in this credentials I have to just pass, or I have to just using that Google credentials, right, which we have to just storing. And in this Google credential there's a many way, like you can get it from that, from file, from JSONs, right? So you can use it, but yeah, as of now over here I will use that from that files, and I have to pass that path where actually I have store our files, right, in this your applications, like in this project. So I can use it this way. Like for example, I can simply create a one folder over here. Let me create a one folder in this root, right, and create a folder, call it to Firebase Auth, right? And in this Firebase Auth, whatever I just download that key, right, that JSON file, so that I can use it over here. So simply I can just copy and I can just paste it over here. Now see, this is that file which we have to download it, right? I just copy from there and paste it over here. If you want to see inside that, now see, nothing, whatever that information we have. So those are things like we have a private key, private ID key, project ID, and other information, right? So these are information we have to record. So simply nothing you have to do, just get it that data from the means that file, and we have to just keep it over here. And here you have to simply just mention that location, like this is the my Firebase Auth folder, and then whatever the file name, so I can just keep it over here, right? So like this way you have to just configure in your environment. Like suppose I'm using that web application project, so I have to do that. And similar I have to use that .NET MAUI one, so similar things I have to do that. But yeah, there that would be a slightly different, that I'll show you. But yeah, first let me run it from that web application and see it is working or not, right? So let me run it from web application first. So now it's already logged in, right? So because already token is there, so that's why it is logged in. But I'll show you that logged out and try to log in. So just log in, whatever that password, this is my password, and sign in. So this is one sign in. So this is a sign in. I am able to see that log out and as well as the information. Once I click that user list, now I am getting that, see, the same data I am getting, right, the roles as well, and whatever roles that particulars we have, so I'm getting over here, right? So as of now that look feel is not good, but yeah, will add some style and all, so that look feel can better. But yeah, for that implemented perspective, it is perfectly working fine. That's whatever that existing one also that is working fine. But yeah, for here it's also working fine. Now what I need to do, let me add over here, or just what I can do, yeah, let me complete first the implementation, right, and then we will show you like how we can use that, like web application as well as that other, that desktop application and mobile application as well, because there is a slightly different approach we have to do that to configuration. Apart from this, everything's looks same, right? So now see, this is done. Now we have to implement that, add it on update things as well, right? So that we will use, and before that I'll just simply log out and let me create another user so that I can show you. Once I create a new user, that also user should available also over here. So let me try to log out and go here, click that here. So here I can just create a new user. So for example, it is a web application user, right? Web app user, right? And that user, for example, web app @gmail.com, and password would be our default password, and register. So it is registered now. So it is registered, so it is logged in user. So what is my web app@gmail.com. And also before logged in, I'll show you. See, whatever user I just created, that should be created over here. See, the user got created without that mobile number, only just email ID, right? Now go back and just logged in with the password, sign in. So I guess I just added wrong password. Let me edit the right password. Now see, I'm logged in over here, right? And once you're logged in, click on that user list. Now see, you are able to see that new user which does not have any roles, because as of now we don't have assigned any user role, right? That's why it's not available. But yeah, user information over there. So let me start to implementation that one. So we will implement that edit part, and then we will implement the delete part. So close that and go back to your applications and go back to again that shared folder, because everything we have to implement in the shared folder, right? So go to over here, where is that users? Yeah, here that user. So go to here. Now see, we have to implement first that edit, then delete. So let me close, means open this guy and commented this guy, right? So now we just open that edit implementation. So that edit implementation, I have to required that we have to create a new function that edit, so that whatever context we are getting, we can use it and navigate to that another page, right? So that we have to do that. So first I have to just create a simply edit method. Go down, and let me collapse everything. And this is that method. And here I just create a new method, edit, right? And this is model actually, which we are trying to get it over here. And here simply I have to navigate, right? So let me add a navigation manager over here as a injectable property, so that I can navigate other here. So let me inject over here, right? So this is that navigation property. And once I navigate property, I can simply navigate to over there. So go down and I can navigate. Now see, navigation.navigate to, and this is that another page where actually I have to handle add and edit user things, right? So I have to create a common, I will create a common component and pass it to that, that whatever particular user, like suppose I want to edit, so definitely I have to pass that edit ID, right? That particular UID. So that I have to pass it. And let me create this this guy, means that component, because that component now we have to implement, right? So go to here and right click, add razor, and let me create a new component for add update user, right? And create it. So in here simply what I can do, first of all I have to just decorate that page directive, right? So this is my page directive. And then what I can do, I can just implement over here. So first of all I have to get it one, because see I have just passing that parameter, right? So whatever the URI parameter passing, that I have to just receive over here. So for that I have to just same name, I have to just create the parameter property like similar this guy. So I can get it that UID. So once I get that UID, so now whatever model I have to just binding, so that I have to create another property, that model binding, right? Which will have to binding in our edit form, add form on edit form, right? So that's why we have to require this guy. And one more property we have to require, which is user roles. Whatever user got selected, so that actually handle over here, like user can select it 3 roles, 5 roles and 6 roles, whatever roles they will actually store in this selected roles. So this 3 property we have to require. And now we are good to go to store. We have to create that on initialize method, or we can use that on render or on parameter set, whatever things actually, so that we can use it. But yeah, I'll use that on initialize method, right? In this on initialize method I have to call again that Firebase Auth class, so that I can get that whatever that current user data, right? So Firebase Auth client, right, and default instance dot, we have that method get user. So see, in this get user there's a overload method. So what is that overload method? There's a two overload method. First up, you have to just pass whatever that UID. So you can just pass that UID, you will get that particular user based on that UID, right? So whatever my UID is this guy, right? And simply I can just terminate over here, and we can store as a where user, right? So now I'm get that user, and once I get that user, now I have to just convert it to this model, because see, this is the returning some other user record data, right? So that I have to convert it from here. So for that, what I can do, simply I can just convert it like this way. It's just simple approach, but yeah, we can use other approach as well. Now that user as that user ID, but yeah, it is not getting. Why? Because see, this is asynchronous method, right? So what I can use, simply I have to use that await async, so that I can get the data. Now see, I'm getting this information, along with we have to record that additional logic we have to implement, like that user selected, and user selected roles, and what are the roles, right? So for that, first actually we have to whatever that our users, right, user roles. So let me assign over here as like we have done previously, right? So we have done previously like whatever that roles we have, like if you go back to users, now see, we have to just whatever that roles in the custom claims, we have to convert it, right? So similar, we have to again convert it to back, like suppose this time we will get that something else, right? So that we will convert it over here again to that reverse order. So same things we have to do over here. For example, similar I can do over here. So user custom claims, and then just whatever that true, like whatever that custom claims as a true, we are getting over here, and then simply same thing actually we have to do over here. And yeah, so let me bring back to that code so that you can easily see over here. Now see, this is done, and also see, this is that missing, right? So this we have to just create it over here. So that's why I told you this is that we have to keep it that common place, so that we don't need to write again and again. So that we can do that, yeah, that we can do better, but as of now I can keep it over here. Now I can get it over here, and the data, whatever the data and the key, we can returning as a roles over here, right? So like this way we can do that. And why is complaining? Okay, yeah, actually I'm missing something over here, so yeah, that I need to fix it. So yeah, I missed that done period. So now see, simply again I have to just convert it whatever that current role, like is admin to admin, is user to user, that I assigning to over here as a list of that string, right? And then once it's done, now further we have to just using whatever the selected role, right? So we have to assign as a selected roles whatever that user model as a roles, we have to just using that that roles, right? And rows we have to convert it to array, and it assign to our selected roles, right? So that is done. Now finally we have to assign that roles as well. So that is done, right? So now see, as of now we require that role. So that is two way, like you can just get it from that Firebase, you can just add it some get roles collection, and you can get it over here. But yeah, as of now I can just simply create a dummy data over here. But yeah, in this way also you can just create it as a from that collection, and you can get it the data from here as well, there as well, right? So for here I have to just create that roles. I think I roles already have or not. Yeah, I don't have a roles model. So let me just create a role model over here, so that I can add some roles over here. So where is my row models? So here is my role models, and just created a new class, added the roles, and in this roles we have to require two property, the ID and name. I just prepare over here, so that I in future I can, if I want to calling that DB Firebase, real-time DB, or any other DB. So I can just assign to over here, I can use it. So that's why I just created this model and go back. Now we have the data and all, right? And the data I can assign that user. So whatever, see, this is selected roles, like how many roles that particular user, so that we are assigning into selected roles. And that whole role size, whatever that user system has a roles like admin, user, HR, account, finance, and others, right? So those I can assigning, and then you can select it over here. So this is the way. So that is done, I guess. So this is done for that binding part, right? Means once I just get it, means once I just loaded this component, so whatever that user form, so that easily I can just bind it, right? So let me let me just complete that other function as well. Now see, it is that binding part, right? But we have to record that update as well, right? Like for example, like I have to just update that data, like once I just select it, once I change something, so I can update as well. So that update method also we have to record. So let me quickly create that update method as well. So let me quickly create a method, for example, whatever method. So yeah, we can create an update user or add user or add update user, whatever things, because we can handle both things over here. So that we can do that. Yeah, so before that, first we have to just using a try catch, so that we can any issue, so we can identify easily. So that's why I can just create a try catch. And first of all, I have to just check it over here, like if UUID means whatever that URI ID, so that is not null. So that means it is, if it is null, so that means it is add operation, right? So we can add operation, but as of now we have to update over here. So that I will do over here. And for that, what I can do, again I have to use that method. Which method? Be that class, actually, not method. So this one, Firebase Auth distance default instance dot default instance, and dot we have a method looking for method and update user. And see, in this update user we have to record that user record informations, right? So that user information we have to just create it over here. So let me quickly create over here. So I have to just create it that particular class, and then assign that whatever the user, like as of now that user model has all that information, right? So just we are getting and assigned to that update user, right? And other things also you can edit, but yeah, I have to just update it, email, display name, and phone number, these three things. So that's why I'm assigning over here along with that UUID, right? And then what I can do, I have to simply pass to that model to over here and use that await, right? And just terminate over here, right? And once you see, it will returning that user record as well, so that we can store as a response, like whatever the response we are getting, so we can store it over here. And further we have to do one more thing, actually. See, that update user method does not update or does not add a new claim, so that has a different method. So that's why I have to get that response, and then based on that response, suppose if a response is it's true, means it is updated, right? So once I update it, so then I have to just add we have to call another method, is same method, means same class method, like Firebase Auth default instance, and set custom claims. So this is that method actually. And this method, what we required actually what user you want to add claims. So this is that user UID and whatever the claims you want, and that claims also we have to record on a string I read only dictionary, which is a string and object, right? So this is a collections of that string that we have to pass. So first let me pass that UUID over here, and now second things we require that claims, right? So let me just get it the claims, because see, all that selected user, right? So that is a selected user, that selected user has that all that user information selected means whatever that roles information, right? So that we have to just using over here, and we have to just putting some logic that. So what I can do simply, let me create a logic so that I can get it from here, because as of now, if you see, this is a list of string, right? But this claims required dictionary, so that we have to convert it as well. So what I can do simply, before that, here let me create this guy. Now see, whatever selected user, I can use this selected and roles, right? And that is a roles, and then we have to just convert it to dictionary, and the to dictionary also we have to convert it. See, whatever roles we have that admin, user and all that. But once I try to add a user roles, right, claims, we have to claim, so that we have to add it like is admin. But if it is admin, so it is admin, or is user, is HR, is account, like that way. So like this is the reverse order which we have to done over here, and if it is not done, so then it is over here. And finally, every value, this is the key, right? This is the key, and every value we have to just set is the true, because whatever that value, like suppose if it is match, right? If it is match, so then we have to store as a true, so that we can store as a true, right? So simply nothing have to do that, simply just claims, we can just add it over here and pass it to that. That's it, right? Now claim also got updated over here, and once you claim updated successfully, we can simply go to our user list, right? So now still we have to require that navigation thing. So let me quickly create or injected navigation manager over here on the top, and now we are good to go. And if it any exception, so you can store and you can show it over here like that. Now see, implementation perspective, it is also done, right? Now what I will do, I have to just binding the form over here. Let me quickly bind that form which I already handy. So where is my code? Here is my code, and just copy paste over here, right? So what I do, I just simply create edit form, right? This is my update user method, and this is my user model, and this is the validation and all, right? And this is just we have to set it. Okay, this is the display name, this is that email, this is that phone number, and this is user role. And user role, we have to just binding the selected roles, and also just binding that roles, right? And also we have that submit button. That's it. It is a pretty simple form, right? So now our this part also done. Now we are good to go to run our application and see in edit part also is working or not, right? So yeah, so let me run it, and we got some error, right? So what is that error? Let me fix. Okay, now see, SVG something, it's not working. Okay, so now see, I am using that SVG icon, so that also using that namespace. So let me quickly take it that namespace, and this namespace I have to keep it globally, so that that error I can avoid implementation. So yeah, where is my import razor? Here I can just edit over here, right, and build it. Now will succeed. Now run it. Okay, now previously I already logged in, right? So that's why it's logged in, right? And if you go to that user list, now this button also appearing. So once I click this guy, so it's go to that page, and see, this is that user which we trying to update it, right? And also we have got that username and all that, but yeah, user information phone number is missing, and also role is not selected because there is no roles, right? So go back to again, I'll show you one more thing. Now see, this user has 2 roles, right? So that got selected as well. So once I click this guy, now see, these 2 roles got selected along with the number, right? So this new user which we have just created does not have anything, that's why it's not selected. So what I will do, simply I'll just select it to, I will give that user roles that account, and also I just put that number. Also make sure, so this is that number, so which should not be duplicate, and also it should be required, plus or a steady code that particular country, so that actually required. So let me add some random number, for example 1 2 3, and just update it. So once I update it, now see, it's got updated, and also whatever user roles I have to assign, so that roles also we are getting over here along with that number. So once I click again, you will see that number is appearing over here with the selection mode, right? And same things we can check it over here, refresh. Now here I can see that number along with that roles not visible over here, but yeah, roles is there, right? So like that, actually this is also done, means update also done. So go back over here. Now edit, means edit and update also done. Now what I can do, I can do the delete part. So let me quickly delete one also handling. So how we can delete? So go back to where is my delete? So go to delete, yeah. So user, in this user, simply delete is a pretty much simple. Yeah, so simply just unlock this, means uncomment this guy, right? And once I uncomment, we have to just create another delete function in this below, and just delete function we have to just create it over here, and delete is simple. For example, go down, and after edit or before edit, it's not mention, it is not matter actually. So here now delete, right? And again I have to use that same class, right? Means Firebase Auth, that default instance dot delete user, and this delete user, see, it is expecting a UUID. So that UUID where I can get, we can get from this guy e.uid, whatever the collection. So awaited, right? And that's it, right? So whatever user we are getting, so we can adding over here. But yeah, one more thing we can do that, but yeah, as of now I don't want to do that, which I have already done in our that hotel list, which we is trying to do before delete. We have to get that confirmation. So if confirmation yes, so then we have to trying to delete. But yeah, as of now we are not going to that. But if you want to, you can just follow my that previous session and you can just do that. So simply once you delete, you can just call that load testing method, so that whatever the latest data, we can get it again and binding over here. And one more thing we have to do, that we have to just use that state change, so that whatever current state that can got change it over here. So see, the delete method also done, and yeah, that error also gone. And one more things before run this application, I will just make it some style as well. So let me create a let me stop that and create some style, so that it feel better as well. So right click on that, on this here, and create another style component. Go to here, CSS, and style CSS, create over here user dot razor dot css, and yeah, it is nice inside that. And we have to just add some style over here. So let me add some style. This is that normal style which I already shared. So whatever that style I'm just adding, this is the common style, right? So that we can feel better in our user list, right? Okay, so once it's done, now we can check it, our delete function also it's working or not. So let me run it. So now my application got running, right? And let me go to that user list. Now still it is not reflection, but yeah, I think we can log out and close. I think then it will good to go. Okay, so let me log out, logged in, and let me refresh, right? And just logged in again. So what is my user? This is my user, and this is my password, and sign in. Once I sign in, go to that user list. Now see, a style also appearing perfectly, and that style also appearing. Now edit also should work, right? It is also working. Go back to user list, and also you can just put that back button also over here, so that you can back it over here. And also you can just click that add button, so that you can add new user also here. That is fine. But yeah, let me try to delete, right? So let me try to delete this guy. Now see, it's got deleted. Now we have only two user also, so that means it is perfectly working fine. So now we will run these things in our mobile application as well desktop application. So let me close it. And now we have to do one thing. Now go to that project. Now see, shared project, web project is done. Now we have to do over here same things we have to do, but here there's a one problem actually. So in the .NET MAUI, if I storing the directly we required actually this file over here so that we can read it, right? So this file actually read that particular platform. So that's why what I need to do. So if you go to the resource and inside this raw folder, see, this is the raw folder. Inside this we have to keep that file so that we can read it and we can assign and we can register over here. So that's why you have to. So what I can do, simply just copy this file and paste it over here. This is one thing you have to do that. So this is one thing, you have to just keep it your file in this row over here, right? And then one more thing you have to do, right click on that, go to that properties, and instead of content, right, so you have to use MAUI asset, right? So that you have to just select it, and that's it. These two things you have to do that. So once you save it and go to that MAUI.program.cs file, and here below that you have to just register that things what we have to done in our here, right? So simply that we have to do just, okay, let me copy from there. Let copy from that web application project file. Let me copy this guy, because we have to slightly different approach we have to do from there. So that's why just I'll show you. Okay, so now see, if I trying to this approach, like we have to trying to get that file from directly from that file using that path, so that is not working actually. So that's why what I can do, simply remove this, right? And instead of this from file, we will get it from JSON, right? We will use this method so that whatever JSON we have to pass it over here, and then we have to. So how we can get the JSON from that file? So for that, what I can do, I have that class actually file system which will support in MAUI, which have that this guy file system dot, we have that open app packages, right? And in this open that packages, what I can do, whatever that our file name, so this is my file name, just copy this guy and copy this guy and go back to here and pass it to over here. So this is my file name, right? And this will be get it over here as a stream value. See, this is that stream value, and we can store as a over here the stream. And once I get it, right, then we have to just we have to get that stream, right? So now we have to read that stream data from that stream reader. So what I can do, I can just use it that new stream reader class, and inside this class we have to just pass that stream like that. Okay, and also we have to just store as a reader over here like this. And also it is complaining. Why it's complaining? Because see, this is a asynchronously we have to use, right? This is a asynchronous method. So what I can do, simply I can use that result, right? And so that I can get the data, and then we can pass it over here. Now see, we are getting the data from in this reader, and in this reader, so we can use that reader dot read. So reader dot read to end. So in this read to end, async method or whatever things we can use it, but yeah, that is fine. I can use this guy. So in this read async, see, in this read async will be returning whatever the data as a we have the data this file as a JSON string, right? So that we will getting, and we have to set it. So this is the way actually we have to do that. This is a simple way we have to do that in our .NET MAUI project. So once it's done, now we are good to go to run in our MAUI application. So let me select that one, and first I will run it this window machine. So let me run it. Finally got running over here in a desktop app. So let me try to log in. So kkp@gmail.com, KKP123 and sign in. So once you sign in, I think it is not right password. Let me add the password. Yeah, now got running. And if you go to that user list, now see desktop is also running perfectly. There's no issue. Also if we click that, also got selected, and go back. Also if I trying to delete, so let should be delete. So let me try to delete. Yeah, that's got also delete. So same things we will try to in our MAUI app mobile application as well. So let me choose it to Android to this guy and run it to without debugging mode, so that we can show you all that application, all the platform in a together. Now finally got deployed on Android application as well. So it is launch, and now try to logged in kkp.com, and this is my password. Sign in. So yeah, it's got logged in. If you go to that user list, yeah, now I got that user list. But yeah, one thing, see that yeah, that's why actually I remove one logic, so that will add it. For example, see, I don't want to in our mobile application, if you see, there's some design issue, right? Because they are not actually, the mobile display is very small, so all that field is not appearing properly. So that's why I put that some logic, so that only mobile application can display that only just display name or role and these things. And apart from this, in a big screen, for example desktop and web application, they will display all that other things as well. So that's why I put that condition. But yeah, for that functionality perspective, let me see, it is working fine now. Yeah, it is perfectly working fine on that here as well. So if I try to update, for example, I just add one more over here and just update it. And once I update it, now see, it's got updated with this 4 roles, right? And also if I want to delete, so that will be delete. But yeah, I will not delete over here. So what I will do, simply I will just log out over here, and let me create a new user, and there that user will be delete over here. So for example, mobile user, right? And mobile@gmail.com, kkp@123, and register. Once you registered, it's got registered. Now mobile@gmail.com, it was my that email ID, and password would be my default password. So sign in. Once you sign in, go back to a user list. Now see, this is new user also there. And if I just edit, so now see, I can see no user over there, means no roles over there, and phone number also is not there, so that we can edit. But yeah, let me try to delete, let me try to add some roles. For example, account, and this guy selected, updated, and it's got updated over here. And now try to delete this guy. So let me click on delete. Now see, that user also got deleted. So that means that desktop application, this application, and also web application is working fine. Let's get a start of file upload in .NET Blazor Hybrid App using Firebase storage. First, what I need to do, for that we have to actually import one package. So what is that package? So right click in this shared folder, because I will implement over here. So go to that manage NuGet package, and in this manage NuGet package, what I have to store, we have to record Firebase storage.net as a package, because see, this is that package name. So that package we have to record first to install. So go to that browse section and choose this one. Previously we have to use that Firebase database.net, so this time we have to use that storage, so we have to use that Firebase storage.net. So let me install that. So once you install, then we are good to go to use that client. Okay, so what I need to do, I have to just create another service, so that this service can do that upload things, right? So right click on that, create a new interface. And what would be that interface over here? My interface would be iFile storage, something like that, and whatever name, up to you, you can choose it. But yeah, I will use this iFirebase store service, and just over here yeah, by mistakenly I create a class, but yeah, it should be public and then interface, and just remove this class because I have to create an interface and then we have to use it. Okay, so what would be that method over here which will be accept that parameter, right? So I will just create a one method which is an upload file, and which will require that as a stream, file stream, and that file name. Based on this we have to store in our Firebase storage, right? So let me implement first. So now go to that, create a concrete class over here. So what will be what is my next step? So right click on there, create a new class, and here I have to just create that file name that would be Firebase storage service, right? So this is the implementation class. So let me make it to public, right? And here what I can do, whatever that created the interface, I just inherit from here and just start to implementation their method, right? So now in here, first what I can do, I have to just simply just token, right? So whatever token I just created as a cancellation token over here, and after that we have to record one client. So where is my client? So let me use as a task, and this new, and just use a Firebase storage, right? So this is that client, actually we have to use it, which will helps to us to store that file on in our Firebase storage. Okay, so what other parameter we are required over here? Now see, they asking to storage bucket, right? So first input parameter required over here is a storage bucket, and there is an optional storage option over there, right? So that we have to not use as of now, but yeah, later we will use, because that Firebase storage option be required once we have to authenticate that that client or that user. So that time we have to use that, but yeah, as of now what I need to do, I have to record that storage bucket. So where I can get that storage bucket? So here you have to go to your Firebase console over here, right? See, this is that Firebase console over here, and if you already has a project, so that is fine. If it not, so you can just create a simply new project. And once you create a new project, if you go to any of the one, like for example, like see this one, so open that project. Once you open your project, go to that build section. In this build section you will see this is storage section. So let me open that storage section, and inside this storage section, if you first time, so definitely it will ask, okay, get started. If it is not, so it will show that storage location. So if you first time, so click on that guest storage, and here they will ask two mode, right? One is production mode, one is the test mode, right? So I will use that production mode, right? So let me start, but yeah, you can use also the test mode, but test mode only just difference, test mode just given us the time, okay, in this time frame only you can use it, but yeah, after that you won't use that one, right? So that's why I will use that production mode, and click next and done. So once it's completed, so it will redirect to over here, this file section, right? And in this file section, now see, there's a no files and all, and this is that actually bucket name. So this is a default bucket name which will that provide you. And as of now, see, there's an important part over here. So if you go to that rule section, so in this rule section you have to set, okay, whatever rules you want. Like if you want to authentication mechanism, so definitely you have to do something like that, right? So request authentication ID should be matched, then you are able to see this this file storage, actually you can read and write. But as of now I will use as a true, because this is just for that first session where I will show you how we can upload it. But yeah, in next session we will set some rules so that only authentication user can read and update, means read and write options, right? So what I will do, simply just upload it, publish it, so that whatever changes, so as of now see, everybody can read and write. So that's why it's giving that warning, right? Everybody can use data and easily can read. But don't worry, in next session we will cover that rules, how we can restrict that anonymous user not able to do that any operations for this storage, right? That we will do in our next session. Okay, so once it's completed, then we have to good to go, and you have to simply just copy this one. So let me copy this guy and go back to our applications, and here I have to simply pass it over here. But yeah, remember that you have to use only this. This is your bucket name, and now before that, backslash and colon. So you have to just remove this guy, right? So you have to record only this section. So this is your bucket name. So once you bucket done, so let me bring back, and after that you have to use that dot, and you have to use that child, right? So you can use it as a child, that is fine. If you don't want, so that is also fine. But what I have to show you, why we have to use the child means whatever the folder you want. Now see, as of now this bucket does not have any folder, right? So if you want to create any folder, a specific folder, and inside that folder you want to upload some file and images, so that's why we have to use the child. And here I will use as a uploads, right? Let me create an uploads over here, and after that there's another section I will use as a child name. Means in this another child we have to specify whatever that file name, right? So this is, I just mentioned over here, like this is that folder, and in this folder this is that file name, right? So then once it's done, and let me bring back so that you can easily see it over here. Okay, so now once it's done, now let me check the final options, which is we have a put async. So this put async accepting your file stream, right? And also that cancellation token. So let me use that cancellation token over here like this. So this guy dot token, these two things you have to pass it, and then you close it. Now this file storage client, they have to store your file in our this bucket using this folder, right? And once it's done, now what I need to do, I have to just simply try using the try catch block, so that while do anything, so if any exception and all, we can handle over here. So now we have to just getting over here, like see, I have to just using a string, because I want to return a whatever after uploading whatever that generated file locations, right? Complete file URL, so that I have to get it from here. So that's why I just storing as a string. And let me create an async method over here, async, because I will using await, so I will use the async. So I just create a task, and I just call it over here, and once you complete it, so I will get that this URL, right? And once you get that URL, I just simply return it over here, right? So once you return, and here also we can just we can store whatever handle like the exception over here, so that we can handle over here. So as of now, just simply I just handling over here that guy, and simply I can just this guy, and finally I can return over here as a empty string, right? So that if it is failed, so something we will get as an empty string, right? Or we can send it null as well, so up to you. But yeah, that is fine. So now our upload file method got created. Now we are good to go to use this service, and we can use it this method, right? So go to the implementation. So now our service got created. Now go to my page, where is my component. So go to that page section, go to that hotel section, and here is that add and update, right? So because we have to use while that add, we have to import a file, and once I import a file, we have to once create a submit button. So in this submit button, we have to handle over here. Before submit it, we have to get that URL and pass it to that particular object, so that whatever newly image URL we are getting, we can update in our data. So here what I will do, simply in previously see, we just simply as a binding, but instead of binding, I have to just create a input field over here. So let me just create it as an input field over here first. So this is that input file change, and create a function. So let me just quickly create that function over here, and this function, nothing we have to do. After on change, we have to just get it storing a data, means whatever file data we have to store in this selected file. So this is that on file selected, which is input parameter, right? Whatever just input parameter we are getting, and we have to get it the file, and we have to store it over here. And the storage file variable would be, we have to just create it over here. So go to up and just simply just create a iBrowser file and just use that selected files, right? And once you're done, now we are good to go, right? So now user easily can just store that choose that file and store the file. And once it's done, now we have to do one more things over here for that display. Now see, previously we have to display over here as that file, right? So that display section, what I need to do over here in a edit mode, actually, see, this is that add mode. So add mode only user can upload it, right? But in edit mode, user should be able to see that whatever that uploaded file, that also should be a display, right? So that's why what I can do, simply I have to do one more check over here. So let me add one more check, like if it is a edit mode. So this is my edit mode, right? In this edit mode, how we can check it? Simply hotel image URL, if it is null, if it is not null, so that means it is a edit mode, right? And then here what I can do, I have to just bind that hotel image to URL. That is completely fine. Yeah, apart from this, I think we are good to go. And one thing I have to do over here, the size, because the size can be differ, because it would be a big size. So whatever size is should be displayed is just 300 pixel, right? So that is done. Now the last section we have to do on submit button. So where is my submit button? Here, add update hotel. So where is my add update hotel? So here in this add update hotel, so before add update, so see, this is that put, right? So that means it is a update one. So in this update one, what I will do, I have to just call that method, right? And I have to, before that call that method, what I can do, I have to just create another method, this upload method over here, so that I can call that method and I can get that URL, right? So let me call that method. So let me just call it a method, or just create a one method over here, and that guy. Okay, so see, this is upload file method, which will accept it that iFile browser, right? And in this iFile browser, it will returning as a that whatever that image URL, right? So what I can do, I have to just set as a null value over here, upload image. And in this upload image, what I have to check it, I have to check its file, whatever this file, right? So it should not be a null, right? And after this null, if it is, make sure it is not null, then inside that, what I can do, I have to just set it as a try catch block. And in this try catch block, I have to call that that upload method, means that service, whatever service I just created, right? So this service I have to just create it. So this service, what I have to do, I have to inject in this component so that I can use it. So let me inject it over here as like we have done. So inject and service, and we have to call it to file storage as a file fs, right? Once it's done, now go back to your implementation method. Here I have to just call that that method, right? So what is my method? Await and fs dot upload file, right? And in this upload file, see, these two things we require, like file stream. So how we can get that file stream? We can get file stream from this file, right? So how we can do that? It's very simple. Let me create a stream variable, and in here let me use that file dot open as a read stream, and in this read stream we can get that file stream, right? So this read stream, see, whatever that file as a read stream, so I can get that file stream, and we can pass it over here. And the second things, we can pass that file name. So file name also we can get it from here. So let me use the file name, and this file name we can get it from that file dot name, right? So like this way we can get it, and we can simply pass it to over here, and that's it. And one more issue actually, see, that I can show you in a real time example, because if you just simply return, so definitely you can't use that in a big file. So that actually we have to configure. Okay, let leave it as of now, but yeah, I'll show you what the problem actually in this method. So that also we will fix it. I'll show you, but first I want to show you that what would be that issue in this method. Okay, so that is fine. So once done, let me remove this guy, and finally we have to return this guy. So let me remove this and return back to URL, and also we have to set this URL to our in this output. Okay, so yeah, see, whatever file output, it is returning a string, so that we have to store it over here and we can returning to back, right? And it still is a issue. So what is that issue? Yeah, we have to return outside this if condition, not inside that if condition. Okay, so now we are good to go. And yeah, this is my complete method, so which we are returning the data once it upload in our Firebase. Once it's done, now this method I can call it to here to get the data, and simply I can pass it to that selected file, right? So where is my selected file? So here is my selected file. After on change, I can get that value, and I can simply pass it to that selected file over here like this, and we can modify our that property, right? So where is my property? Hotel dot image URI. So this is my property which will accept that image URL. So now see, this is that mechanism actually. So before actually submitting call in our real-time database, so first I will just upload it and get that URL, and that URL we have to update in our model, and I have to pass it to our Firebase Real-Time Database, right? So not Firebase Real-Time Database. So that approach you can use in our normal entity framework, normal SQL Server, or MS SQL, any database you can just use this approach. So but yeah, main idea is how we can upload our file and how we can use it. So this is that way actually. So same way I have to call for that update one also. I created one also. Now see, if you create new one also, so also you will get that file information, and you can get that URL and update, and just update or created new data. So both you have to do that. So now see, this is complete, right? And once it's done, so now we are good to go to see in our real-time actions. So let me run. First let me run in our web applications. And so first time you log in, so it asking to log in, because only hotel management able to logged in user. So I will logged in at the rate kkp@gmail.com, and just my logged in user. So let me try to log in. Now see, once I logged in, I am able to see this option. So go to these options, and here now I am able to see this is the data, that is fine. But once I create a add new hotel, so I'm getting some error. So what is that error? Let me fix it. So might be something we are missing. Okay, yeah, one thing actually I'm missing. So that is also, it is not showing that properly over here, but I got the idea what is that issue. So issue is, see, I just implement everything in our shared library, right? So for example, I just create a new service over here, but once I using in our web application project, I have to register this service as like we have done before, right? So go to that program.cs file, and if you see whatever service we have to previously use, like Firebase Auth client, so we have to register that particular project. Like if you want to use in a web application, so you have to just register over here. You have to use in our mobile application or that .NET MAUI project, so you have to register over here. So that we have to register over here. So how we can register? So it's simple. Before that, here I have to just configured over here, or just registered over here, like simply builder dot services dot add scope, or add scope. And in here what I can do, I just simply call it our service name. So what is my service name? This is my service name, and my implementation class also would be this guy. And once it's done, simply you can just terminate. That's it. Now this is actually dependencies, right? So because this is the dependency of that service on this component, so that we have to resolve it. So that's it. It's simple. Resolve the dependency, close that, and run it again. Now it is running. So now this is already logged in, so that's why it's logged in. So go to that hotel list and you're getting the data. That is perfectly fine. So once I click add, now see, this time is perfectly load, but in previously we have to add that first URL, but this time user can able to upload that file, and once you upload that file, that user can see that image, right? So what I will do, simply choose that file and let me upload this file, and just make it that create a new hotel, for example the Hyatt hotel, and just rating 2 is is 4, and then give it to the 4 up to 5. Okay, and once I create, this Hyatt hotel can be created over here, and this whatever, see, this hotel image also getting properly, we are getting properly over there, right? So that means it is properly saved and getting that image and upload this over here. And also I'll show you that image in our over there. So how we can just check it, that image. So go to that our project. So where is my project? So this project actually I'm trying to use over here, and if you go to that inside this project, go to that storage section and go to that upload section, and in this upload section you will see that what is that name, actually that hotel, that image. So let me check. This is a hotel 3, right? So look for that hotel 3. Where is the hotel 3? Okay, so see, the hotel 3 is not over here. Why? The reason is over here. See, what is the bucket name I am using? So if you see over here, go back to our implementation and go to our add update component, not add one, our services. So where is my services? Here. So I am using this bucket, right? So this is that different bucket, not this bucket, right? So this bucket name is, see, FIRDB with secure app sport.com, right? But it is a Blazor app data sport, right? So ideally I have to use this guy, but yeah, I can show you where is that guy. So I have to use, okay, see, this one I just created and I can use it, right? So go to that Blazor app database. Yeah, so this is one. So go to that storage, and if you go to that storage, see upload section, and in this upload section you are able to see this is that image, right? This is that image, and this is that complete informations, and this is that URL as well. So you can get that URL as well. So let me right click on that and copy link address, and if you just paste it over here and just hit enter, so you will see directly you are able to see that image as well, right? So like this is that way actually you can just, but yeah, I, as a demonstration project, I show that different project, but yeah, it is good to go. Like you can use that same project whatever actually you are using. Like I am using a different project, like for example let me show you one thing. Okay, so I am using, see, the Firebase DB with secure project, means this is a different project, but yeah, that's fine. Means idea is like this way you can use it. It does not matter like actually which project you are trying to use. So any of that project in our Firebase, that is completely fine. They can get retrieve the data over here easily, right? So that is done, and that should work for all over the place. And also let me see in the edit also is working or not. So let me create that edit one, and in this edit, okay, so this time, okay, so yeah, by mistakenly I did little wrong, so let me just fix it. Okay, see, I want to show that image view, right, not that image URL. So that we have to just modify. So go back to over here and go to that add one, and this add one, go to that section here. So yeah, see, this is that not right way actually. See, input text box, I am using that input text box, right? So it should not be as a input text box, it should be as a image. So that should be as a image src. Let me use as a, instead of this, the image src. So this is that guy. Okay, so this is a image src, and this is image src. I can display my images. So let me save it and go back to over here. Now see, once I change, automatically got reflected over here. So whatever image you have, so it will visible over here, and if you want to change, so it you can just change it. And one more issue over here. Now see, it is very small image, but if you use a big image, so that time you will get that error. So that's why actually I have not fixed. I want to show you what was the issue. Yeah, it is very small image. So what I will do, I'll show you that, take at a big image. So where I can see that big image. Okay, so these are kind of big image, I guess. Not this guy. I have to record, you know, more than 1 MB file. So where is my 1 MB file? Or 664, right? So let me try this one. I think this is also fine, I guess. Update. Now see, image not got uploaded, right? It is not display. Why? Because that is fail. What is the reason? Okay, let me show you one more time. Let me debug so that you can understand what I mean. So if you go to our upload section over here, now see, let me put the debugger point over here, also put the debugger point over here, right? And go back, let me edit and choose this guy and choose this image and just update. And once you update, now see, call it over here and go to here and call it over here. Now see, once you call it over here, now see, I'm getting that exception. And what is the exception? It is saying supplied file size is should be this now this size, it is exceed image maximum should be used this guy, right? So whatever our current size, this guy, but actually accepting the default one is 51200. That means it is greater than of this size, right? So for this, what is the solution over here? Actually this I am facing, so that's why I just little R&D and then I have to fix it. Okay, so there this open stream has a some overload method, like max allow size, actually how much size you want to read the data, so that you have to specify as well. So that I can just specify like till 10 MB. If I want to only just allow the 10 MB, so I can use like this way. So if you specify okay 10 MB, so that means till 10 MB there is a no exception, but yeah, after 10 MB again it will got exception, like okay, it is exceed the limit, right? So that's why actually I have not completed. Yeah, now it's good. Now let me run this application one more time and see. This time it should not be any issue. Okay, go to this section and this time again edit and choose this. Now see, in this edit there is a no file because the file is not uploaded, right? So that's why it's not there. And choose this file and update it and go to that section and just check in a debug mode as well. So this time just, yeah, so see, once I continue, so this time not error. And also once I continue, now I get that image. Now see, I am complete URL I am getting from that particular Firebase storage, and it is returning back. Go back to over here, and once I list it over here, definitely I am able to see that image. Now see, the new image also got uploaded in the Firebase. So like this way we can easily upload it and we can use it over here in our application. Okay, so same things we have to done in our window app, and as well as in our what do you call in our mobile application, right? So what I need to do, simply whatever we have done for this web application, same things we have to first we have to register these things in our that project. So where is our project? So this is that MAUI project. So go to that project, go to that MAUI program, and before that, here I can just registered, and once I registered, I can run this application in window application. So let me run first our window application. Okay, my application got running, and choose that hotel list, and here I can see. Okay, let me create another one, or let me just okay, let me create another one. So here whatever that name I have to prefer, it is Martin. Might be Martin is already available or not. Yeah, but yeah, it is a new, and the description would be something, for example, 3 star, 3 out of 5, and choose that file, and the file would be over here. Like for example, I can take it this file and create it. So once I create it, it should be get it over here. Now see, this is new image with this file, and also if you to add it, I am able to see that image, right? So that is fine. Also let me just choose this guy and change it to something else, for example this guy, and update it. So once I update it, it should be update as well. Yeah, so this is that last one. So I just update it. So new file also got updated from here and over here, right? And same thing we have to check in our mobile application. So let me choose that mobile application and run it on mobile as well. Yeah, my application got running, and first I have to just logged in with the logged in user. So let me logged in with my user, and what is my password? So this is my password, and sign in. Yeah, I logged in, and go to that hotel list, and if you go to that hotel list, you are able to see whatever that current data over here, all data will be loaded over here. Okay, now it's loading, right? And now see on here also, if I want to add a new hotel, so let me create a new hotel, and let me put at the name. So what would be the name? For example, new hotel via mobile, and then description would be something whatever we have done, 3 out of 5, and just choose that image. So here I'll just choose that image, whatever the image we have. So I can choose it, for example, I can choose this guy, and once I choose this guy and created that, it should be created, uploaded that image and load that that list. Now see, this new hotel got created over here, and if you want to update, so go to that update one, and now see that whatever that image we have to upload it from mobile, that is also over there. If I want to change, so let me change something for this guy, and once we update, it should be update as well. Now see, it's got updated with that new image. So that means it is working fine for that, you know, window application, as well as your Android application, as well as your web applications. Let's get the start of role-based authorization in .NET Blazor Hybrid App using Firebase. So let us start implementation. Close that, and for that, what I need to do, so first actually I have to go see there is a 3 project. So I have to go to that shared project, and in this shared project I have to go to custom authentication, and in this custom authentication folder we have custom authentication state provider. So I have to go to this file, and in this file, if you go to let me just collapse every on the method. There is a few method actually. So I have to go to this method, get authentication state provider. In here, if you scroll down now, see previously just we have to add a claim, only that user information, but we have to implement this role claim also. We have to get that role, and we have to add that claims inside that role claims, right? So that we have to actually implement over here. So what I need to do over here, I have to just implement, I have to just need to get that, you know, particular user, what are the roles and all that particular user, right? So for that I have to create, you know, I have to call actually HTTP client request, so that I can get that, you know, informations. And also one more thing, actually we have, okay, so see, this is fine. So here actually I have to just call that user informations, right? So how we can get it? We have that user token over here, and this user token we have to pass that particular, API, which is provide that Firebase. So they will return the all that user information, like what is the user, and along with that roles as well. So if you don't know that what is that API and all, so I'm especially recommend one more session, which is this Firebase Auth REST API. Now see, this is Firebase REST API, which have I mentioned, and actually I explain all that APIs, how we can use it and how we can get it all that information using that API as well. So using that API, I will implement and I will get that information over here. So first of all, what I can do over here, I have to just create one HTTP client. So for that HTTP client, I have to just inject that HTTP client, because I have to call that REST API using that HTTP client, right? So simply HTTP client over here, and just create that HTTP client and inject it in this as a private property and use it, and use this injected HTTP client over here dot. I have to use that post async method, right? And in this post async method, we have to pass this our URI as well as this content, right? And where is content? Content means nothing, it is just body, actually whatever body actually we have to pass. So I have to just prepare that body. So let me just quickly prepare that body over here, like for example this, right? So what we are trying to see, simply I just create a body, a string content, and we have to pass that in our body ID token, because this body actually require that ID token. And what is that ID token? ID token nothing, it is just whatever logged in user, they have a the token. So that token I have to pass it over here. So as of now, see, this is user info, and in this user info dot, we have that credentials, and this in this credentials we have that ID tokens, right? So we have to just we don't record actually complaint information. Like for example, if I show you, see, we have stored that user info along with that credential info. So I don't think we have to record this user info, that we will skip and a little bit later. But yeah, let me just fix let me just implement, then we have to modify this storage as well. Like we don't unnecessary storage we have to remove from there. Okay, so now see, I get it the token, and also we have mentioned, okay, it is a application.json type, so that we have to add it, and then we just pass as a body in this content property. And what would be my URL? My URL for that get informations, so this is my actually URL. So let me just pass it over here. So see, this is nothing, just HTTP that's identity toolkit, Google APIs, version 1 account, and this in this account you have to pass that key, right? API key. So where you can get that API key, you will get that API key from that console app, which I already explained. I'm not going to details again, but yeah, you can get that API. And once you get that API, and see, this is that endpoint name, like accounts. So if you pass this accounts and pass that body, means the token, so they will return all that user information, like what is the role, what is the user information and all, they will get it and returning back over here. So let me quickly just add it over here as a await async, right? And store it is over here as a name, like for example as a user response. So let me store as a user response, right? So whatever API, means API HTTP client, or this API will be returning, we have to store in over here. So this is my username, right? Means that user informations. And once I have to make sure, like this, whatever API call is done, right, that is perfectly success or not, that we have to do like this way, ensure that is status. So that means it will ensure, okay, this is success or fail. So once you success, what I need to do, I have to just read the data from this response. So how we can do that? It's simple. Again, I have to just create a variable user response, and using that user response, and just contain and read all the string async method. So it will returning that all that response whatever we are getting from this here. And once I get, then we have to deserialize that response to over here. So how we can do that? It's very simple. Again, just using like this way, like system.json.serialization, serializer dot deserialize, and passing that your user information model. So whatever our that JSON data, as a string JSON data, they will actually deserialize and store in our user information. And for that, actually I already just declare user information, that I have to just change it to over here. So let me just change to user information to local user informations to over here, and change to this guy to over here, so that there is no confliction, right? So now on over here I am getting that user information, and there's a little things we have to do that. Okay, so we have to just create another model which will return that all that user information, right? So I already just created that previously in auth. Like if you go to here user auth, go to that user auth, right? So in here I will just create it on our user information like that. Let me just create it over here. Just simplest. Okay, so I just create a user information, and we have to just create another class of that user which will return in a local ID, email ID, display name, and this is that important part actually. So whatever user has the role, right, so that will store in this custom attributes. So that we have to get it over here, then we have to use that custom attributes, means whatever the roles and all we will get from here, right? So this is done. Now let me use this model and pass it to over here. Now see, it's already over there, that's fine. And one more thing, actually we have to do that JSON serialize options. Let me quickly create a JSON serialize option, so that it will handle all that naming convention and all, which will return in the response. So let me just declare over here as a private variable. It's just in nothing, just as a settings. So I just setting over here property naming policy would be a JSON naming policy camel case, right? So just we have to handle that camel case. So once you handle over here, now see, this is handling, and now we are getting that user information. And in this user information, we have user information as an array, right, with a list of array, but we have get only single information, right? So what I can do, that I can just over here user information dot users dot first and default, and then email ID, yeah, and that email. So like that, actually we have to get that my user information. So let me change it to this guy also. That's it. Okay, so this is done. This is we have to modify, and once it's done, now we have to implement our role. We have to actually add our role claim inside that claims, right? So let me remove this guy, and let me remove this guy also, because just for that commented part over there previously I've decided because it was not implement. So first what I need to check, first actually I have to just check like whatever that property, like custom attribute property, right, inside that users. So that I have to check over here, like user info, users first and default, that custom attribute should not be null. If it is not null, so then whatever that custom property, right, we have, that we have to just again store is our in a dictionary. So let me just create that logic over here, and let me bring back over here so that you can easily see. Now see what I'm trying to do over is simply I just create a variable of dictionary, right, and which will storing a string and bool over here. And here what I'm trying to do, I'm just again just JSON converting to deserialize particular type like dictionary, string and bool. And here whatever our data, like this is our data which is coming custom attribute. So whatever data we have, just simply convert it to as a dictionary, that we are trying to do over here. right? Because that whatever that custom attributes which have like information as a string, but that string has a information like, okay, admin has a true, or is admin as a true, or is user as a true or false. So based on this actually we will get the data, and that we have to just convert it to as over here. And then what I can do, I have to just put another logic over here which will get that values actually. So now like that, okay, so see, this is settings where all the true, like, because see, this dictionary can have multiple values, multiple roles which have true false, right? Suppose there's a 5 roles, but 2 roles has a only just true, like admin is true, or is user is true, but is HR is false, right? So that we have to just filter, okay, only just true value we have to filter from this settings. And after that we have to remap, like, because we have get the data from is admin or is user, right? So that we have to change it to is admin to admin, and is user to user. So that we have to map it. So for mapping, again we have to create another dictionary. So this is a key mapping dictionary. That key mapping dictionary we have to just create it over here. For example, over here. So let me just create it over here so that you can get an idea what I'm trying to understand, what I'm trying to explain over here. So now see this key map, what we are getting that setting list, we are getting that is admin, is user, is HR, or is account. That actually while we register, so we have to store over here while we actually adding that role. So that's why I'm especially recommend go to my previous session where actually I just handle like, okay, how we can create a user management system using that Firebase authentication in this Blazor hybrid app. So that part actually I already covered. So now see, I just created that key map which will just map to, you know, that whatever matching this word, so that will returning to admin, user, HR, and account, right? So now go down. Now see, it is map also, and now we get that settings. Now this settings has all that list, like whatever that particular user has the roles, right? That we are getting over here. And once I get, so now we can add that using that for each loop, or we can use that link query, whatever is preference, so we can use it. But as of now I will use that. So see, this is this collection, and we want to add one by one whatever role inside this claims, so that that claims has that rules, right? So this is actually simple logic we have to implement over here to get that user information and add inside that claims. So once I done, that is done, right? We don't need to do anything over here. That is perfectly fine. So once is done, now we are good to go to check. Okay, so now what I will do, now just save it, okay, and go to all that components, like this is a page, right? So previously this account section, user section, and here we don't have set any attribute and authentications over here, right? So that we have to set it over here actually. So that way actually we have to restrict actually this page, so only whatever roles we have, that particular logged in user and that particular role access this particular page or particular component, right? So for that what I can do, it's simply we have to just set one of the attribute, which is that like that, okay, attribute authorize roles and that admin. If you want to allow that multiple roles, like for example user, so you can add it like that, okay, like this way we can do that. But yeah, for this page, this, you know, user page which will manage that user management, so that only admin can allow that access, right? That we will do. And same things we have to do that for add update user, so that add update component also allow for that admin user, so that only admin user can do that, this feature, right? And similar things we have to do, like for example we have other page, right? For example register, login and log out, that is fine, there is no need to set any restriction. So if you go to that hotel page, so in this list page, right? So see, previously we have to set only just authorize, like if it logged in user, so anyone, like any roles, right? So if it is logged in user, so only that logged in user can do that with the any roles. But now we have to stick over here whatever that particular roles they can allow to access, right? So for that we can just add over here, for example let me change it to this, to like roles. Like user also can able to access this page, admin also can access this page, and moderate allow access to this page, right? Otherwise, is if any other users, no one can access this page, right? Like this way we can do that. And similar, we can do that for that other component as well. For example, now detail page, let me allow this page also, like user, admin, and moderate. And what other space? Okay, it's for delete as well. So delete, yeah, so delete also we can add it, but this is just simple as a reusable component, so we don't require that. But yeah, we can set it for that over here. And also add update user, that also we can set it over here, right? So now we are good. Okay, so there is no other page over here, but yeah, we can do for that blog list as well. So that also we can set it over here. For blog list only, just I can mention admin user, not moderate user, right? So yeah, that's fine. Like this way, actually, just for the understanding perspective, what I'm trying to do, I'm just set that roles, the particular component, so that only those user roles can access that page, right? And similar things, we can do one more things actually. If you go to that component layout label, so go to that layout and go to that navigation part. Now see, here also we have set that authorize view, right? And also you can restrict over here as well. Like for example, see this navigation, like user navigation, right? So this navigation can only authentication user can allow actually see the navigation, right? So that also we can set over here. For example, if I set that roles, and in this roles also if I set that admin, so only once admin role admin user can logged in, so they can able to see this navigation. Otherwise they are not able to see that navigations, right? So that is another things, but yeah, leave it as of now, just for understanding purposes. I'll show you and save it. And one more thing, actually we have to do that over here. Now see, yeah, so that's fine. I'll show you what is that issue, so that we will fix it. Okay, so let me build it and try to run and see the action. Actually I as per my understanding, I will get one issue that I will show you. Okay, now will succeed over here. Now try to run over here and see in our output. Okay, now see, I'm getting that one error. What is that error? It is saying authentication is state in the scope, unable to scope on the active on the HTTP client, right? So that actually I want to show you. So why it's complaining? See, the custom authentication and custom authentication state provider, actually I am injecting the new HTTP client, right? So that we have to just register over here. Before over here we can just register builder dot services dot add HTTP client. So this is that actually that extension method which will helps to actually register our HTTP client easily. So we can use that. And now let me run it. Now it's running fine, right? And also if it is not logged in, it does not have any token and all, so it will redirect to that login page automatically. And just try to log in with this normal user. So I have a normal user, for example, this is that normal user, right? And just logged in with user and password and logged in. Once you logged in, now see, I'm able to see this icon like hotel list. So click on the hotel list. Now I'm able to see, unable to do anything. There is a no restriction, right? I can able to add, I can thus click create and go back, right? That we can do that. And once I click that user list, right, we as of now we have that only logged in with that normal user. So once I click the user list, now see, this is actually role based authorization. So that is actually perfectly working fine. So whatever roles, if it is not match in this particular component, it will show me that not authorized. And there's another section if you want to hide this navigation if particular logged in. So what I already explaining, so you can just go to that navigation component and you can just set it that roles equal to admin, so that that navigation also won't be show it over here, right? Like this way. And let me just logged out, and once I logged out, I am getting some error. Why I'm getting some error? So I missed that. Okay, see, this is login information, right? This is a nullable, but I'm trying to access of that property, so that is actually creating a problem. So what I need to do, simply I just put the question mark and save it and continue. So let me log in with the admin user. So this is my admin user, and this is my password, and sign in. So once you sign in, now able to see that all that icon and click on the hotel list. Now able to see that hotel list, that is perfectly working fine. And once I click that user list, so now see, I am able to see that user information as well. And this is that actually, see, the admin role, admin user has an admin role, and this normal user has a KKP has a user role only, right? And this, there is another user which does not have any other role, right? So that also we can manage over here easily. We can set it like, for example, HR, and just update it. So we can easily update it over here. Now see, I'm able to update it as well, because we have logged in with the admin user, so that user can manage all the user using that admin role, right? So like this way, actually it is working. Like we have to implement our role-based authorization. And one more things we can do that over here, we have to check, this is I have to check in our web applications, right? So that we have to check, other application, for example, Windows as well as that. So what I need to do, simply I have to check this, MAUI project, right? And in this MAUI project, I have to run this in our Windows applications. So let me run it without debugging mode, so that I can show you all that application in together. So now my application got running. Now see, yes, so that is a nice things. So see, now I'm running, but I am getting error. Actually it is error, but it is not showing over here, but it is error. That's why it is just showing the loading. Why it is error? Because so now see, if you go to that our this MAUI project, actually I have just registered over here. See, I just registered that HTTP client, right? So same thing we have to register in our MAUI project as well. So how we can do that? Go to that MAUI program.cs file, and here we have to just do that. There is a many way, but I will show you that one of the simplest way. So that simply I have to just using this guy, like add scope HTTP client, and just register over here like this way, right? But yeah, we can use that, whatever we have done in our web application, right? That extension method, that also we can try, but I am not actually try that. So that's why I'm just using this file. And now just try to run my application in our window application. So now see, this time is perfectly working fine, and also it's logged in. It is logged in, that's why it is giving that logged in information like KKP. So what I will do, simply logged out, right? And logged in with this KKP user, and what is my password? This is my password, and sign in. Once I sign in, now I have to check hotel list is working fine. This is perfectly. And once I click that user list, now I am not able to see that access, because this is that logged in over here. So what I will do, simply logged out and logged in with this admin user. And what is my password? This is my password. Sign in. So now once I click that user list, now I'm able to see that user list, and we can able to manage whatever the user. So like, for example, this user can have this both URL, both role. Like, so once I update, it should be update. Now see, it has got updated as well. So that is also working fine. Let me logged out this guy also, close it, and let me run in this mobile application as well. So choose that in my Android emulator and run this application. Now my application got deployed on the Android emulator, and it's try to running. Yeah, now it's running, and by default, if it is no token and all, so it will redirect to login page. And once I try to logged in, for example, normal user, right? So kkp@gmail.com, and whatever my password, and just add it over here, and sign in. So once I sign in, it should be sign in, and now see I'm logged in. And also if I click that hotel list, I should able to see that component perfectly working fine. And once I click that user list, now see I'm not able to see because it is not authorized, right? This is expected. And once I logged out, let me logged out and logged in with this admin user. So let me logged in with this admin user with my normal password and sign in. So now it is also logged in with this admin user, and once I click that hotel list, it is also should work fine, and same things also should work for that user list. Now see I'm able to see that user list as well, and I can easily maintain, like suppose for example I want to modify over here. Now see this two user is got selected over here, so let me remove one. Like for example I remove that this guy and choose this guy, selected this guy and update. So once I update, it should be updated. Now see now updated also, right? So that means that all that application is means all that platform is supported this authentication authorization, role-based authorization. So that's fine. And one more thing actually we have to do that I can do. For example, if you go to that custom authentication provider class, means class over here. Now see one thing actually. So I okay, let me show you an example. Like for example, let me running this in a web application, and once you logged in, right, and once I F12 and that inspect over here network tab, go to that applications and click on that local storage, and now see we have that is storing that unnecessary information as well, that we have to avoiding over here. For example, we have storing that credentials, right? So if you go to over here, now credential is completely fine. Like we have to record that once it created, once got expire, what is the token and what is that provider and refresh token, that is completely fine. We can store this information. But if you see, I also storing this user information, right? That be not required, because everything we have to store is the claims, and that also handling using that claims and all, right? So this user information is not required. So what I will do, I simply store only this credential information, and we will skip this information and other things, right? So that we have to do that. So how we can do that? It's simple. So where is my class? Now see, first go to my class over here, and here see information is fine, and this user auth, right? So this user is auth is not required, only credential is perfectly fine, right? So what I can do, simply I can just comment this code, right? And instead of this, let me copy these credentials and first go to that login, because we have to logged in. Once I logged in, then we have to store that information, right? So here see, once I logged in method, once I complete successfully logged in, so I just storing as a local storage using this user complete user information. But instead of complete user information, I have to use that using that store that credentials only. So what I will do, simply I just store this guy, and once I save it and just close that. I think it is just creating a problem, so close that, because it is debugging without debugging mode, right? So it is hot reloading is working. So what I will do, simply just storing this way, right? Once I store this guy, and what other place actually we have to using over here. So yeah, so see over here, like see, once I store, so we have to get it over here. So how we can get it? Simply I can get it from that deserialize with this this credentials. And once I get that credentials, I simply, we don't define two credentials because it is a credentials property, right? It's credential object. So what I can do, simply I can just use this guy and token, and that's it, right? So this is actually just a modification to avoid that unnecessary data to in our local storage. Only we have to keep that token, so that nobody can just see that information using that inspect and all, right? So that's actually the security purpose perspective. We can do that, and let me run it and see the after changes it is how it actually look like, right? So what I can do now, see, it is go, and I will just remove that whatever we have, that old one, so that we will remove, and just try to log in with that admin user or just another user like AKP user, logged in and sign in. And once I sign in, now I am able to see it is behavior is working fine, there's no issue. But yeah, what actually information we are storing, now we have to check it. Now see, go to that application, go to that local storage, and this our application over here. And now this time, see, only we have to store that credential information like user token, refresh token, and that create time and expire time, right? So that's way actually we have to store. Let's get started with the demo of Firebase rule to secure your DB, Firebase DB in .NET Blazor Hybrid Apps. So what I need to do, let me close that and go back to here only, right? See, so first what you need to do, go to that, your project, whatever your current project. So go to that current project, go to that real-time database, and go to that rules section. And in this rule section, I have to set that rules so that nobody can read a data, nobody can write a data, right? So here in the read section, first I will check over here like auth, right? What does it mean auth? Auth means whatever the logged in user, they only can read this access, right? So that's why it is auth. And if he auth not equal to null, that means only logged in user can read the data. Means whatever the logged in user, they have an ability to read that data. So this is one condition. If you more want to add the rules over here, so you can just simply put that AND condition and OR condition. So I just put that OR condition, AND condition, and then I will put another condition over here, like for example auth dot token dot, if whatever I have just, suppose I logged in one user which have the token, right, which I just covered in last time, the role-based authentication. So whatever token I have, in this token we should have the property, right? So whatever the property, suppose I just add something, is admin, like, so if only admin user can see that only admin can user see that read the data for that particular section, right? So this is the way we have to do that, right? And also I want to show you the token actually, that I will extract the token. I'll show you what the token contain actually, how that contain the token is, is that all the roles like is admin, HR, or whatever roles, right? That I will show you later. But yeah, as of now, just try to understand like how we can set it the rules. So now this is the way we can set the rules. Like first I have checked like, okay, if only not equal to null means if only logged in user can see the user, and that logged in user should have to that admin roles, then that user can see that read the data. Similar, we have to do that for that write as well. So let me just set as a write as well. So just replace over here, we will modify later on, but yeah, as of now just try to understand and see. And once I done, you can just simply publish it. Once you publish, that means your rules has been set. And one more thing actually you have to set. Now see, you just set these rules and entire the database, like whatever the real-time database, like I have that multiple collection, right? So as of now I have one collections like hotel. Suppose I have a booking, I have something else on a collection, so every rules will set on this particular over here. But if I want to separate collection the particular rules, so what I need to do, simply I have to define that collection name over there, that particular user rules. Like for example, see, this is rules and which section I want to cover. So I want to cover that hotel collections, and then simply you just wrap it on that like this. So this is just, this rule will work only for that hotel collection. If I have another database or another collections, so that won't will work over here. So that we have to define separately, so that would be easy like to understand, and as well as the good practice. Like suppose I have another roles, another collection, so but that readability should have another rules, right? So that's why we have to set that rules particular collections. So that's done. Once I done, I can just simply publish and go back to your applications. And what I need to do, so go to that solutions, and in this solution, simply you can just run this application and see in action how it actually now rules is working or not. Let me see. So click okay, now I'm logged in with this user roles permission, right? So how we can identify this is a user role permission? So go to that in your network tab, and in this network tab go to that applications, and go to that over here, and just I already store in a local storage whatever token which is logged in this user. So I have just stored as a token, and just copy this token and take this token to till end, and copy this token and go to the JWT site, and here actually just distract or decoding your token, whatever your JWT token, you can just decoding over here. And once you add it over here, you able to see whatever that algorithm you are using in this token, and what is that payload and all that we have the token, and what is the signature, right? So here you can able to see in this section, I just add that roles in this token contain this things, right? Is user, that means this token or this user has that user role. So such kind actually I have just implementation. So if admin role we have this token, so what would we show over here is admin, or if HR role it should have, so it should be show in is HR, or we can have multiple role as well, this particular particular user, like which have contain that multiple roles, like is user, is admin, or is something else, right? That we have to add. So now this user has that user role. Now if I go back to over here and show you in this component, so this is my component, and I also just authorize this component like user, admin, and moderate, right? So these three roles only can access this components. So that is also perfectly working fine, right? This is also perfectly working fine. And once I click that hotel list, right? So before click that hotel list, I'll show you that what is that problem. If I set the rules and that rules does not meet this user roles, so what would be happen? So I'll just click over here and go to that section over here. So yeah, so let me just put over here as a debug point, but as of now we don't have a try catch. But yeah, it is better way to we have that try catch. But yeah, let me show you first, then we will add that try catch and show you that exact error. So click on that and continue. Once you continue, now see I am getting that error. And what is this error? This is error just saying, it is not clearly saying that complete error, right? But it is actually that an authentication error, that rules is not allow whatever token be passing. So that's why I am getting this error. So let me add a try catch block over here and see is there any error we are capturing over here or not. So let me add try catch and just add it over here inside that try catch, and check it over here what is that error we are getting. So if it still is not getting error, so we have to just little modification of this approach, because this is just approach for getting that observable collection. But yeah, we have many other options to get that Firebase client to get that data without that observable collections, right? Because this observable collection also has another disadvantage. We have to set the delays and all, right? So that's why this is a disadvantage. So we have to just remove this one, and we'll show you what is that exactly error showing in this if you set that Firebase rules. So let me run one more time this application, and it is logged in with that user, like user roles. And then once I click that hotel list and click that continue, so now see still it is not going to that catch exception, right? Because this approach actually creating a problem. So what I will do, I will just change this approach to that another approach. So let me just comment it this section, and we will use another approach which is a good one actually, or we can say right one. So let me just copy paste over here. Now see, same Firebase client I'm just using over here, and what I need to do, I have to just change my model over here, and simply see just create a FC, means Firebase client, and then child, whatever our collections. So this is my collections name, I just adding, and whatever actually we have to deserialize, we just deserialize using this this extension method once async, and this will deserialize. And once I deserialize, so this is that getting the data as the converted as observable and just pass it to over here. So in this case we don't need to this, right? This is the simplest approach instead of using this many lines or things actually we have to do over here, right? So save it, and now I can run this application and see I'm getting that error or not in this exception. So run this application and click that hotel list. Now F10, F10, F10. Now if I getting any error, now see, this time I'm getting an error, and also I'm getting that exception. And if you see closely in this exception, so it is showing that permission denied, right? So let me show you one more time over here. Now see, this is permission denied, right? And also it is a response status code not indicate success, and it is returning 401, means in unauthorized. So this user does not have that meet the role, that's why it is saying you are unauthorized. And if it is unauthorized, so what I need to do, I'll show you that user. Okay, if you are unauthorized, so this is that actually that this is that error message the user can show see in our application. So that we have to handle actually error, we have to handle error as well. So how we can decorate that error and all, so it is just simple. Just before that, I just add that error over here. Now see, I just create another property error message and storing that error, and if it is any error in this component, so I'll show you that one style along with that error, and I'll show you over here. And if else, so let me put it else if, and just declare this message over here. Let me close these applications and just simply add this message over here in this private variable. And once it's done, now we are good to go to initialize equalizer. So string dot empty, because initial level empty dot string, I guess, yeah, empty, or string dot empty, I guess, yeah, string dot empty, yeah. So string dot empty, and initialize that string dot empty. So is any error, so just we have to store this error, and that error will show in over here. And also we have add some class and all, so that we can also add it, so that it's look feel better. This decorate that error actually we can show, that could be a look feel better, right? So that mean we can just add one style over here, that's it, right? So this just we have to add that style and run this application and show you in actions. Once I click that hotel list, now see, I'm getting that error. What is that error? So error is like get list error, means whatever get list we are trying to get list, and response is 401, means this user does not have that permission, that's why I'm getting this error. That I'll just showing over here using this wrapping that message, right? Whatever the message, if it is not empty, and this is just be capturing in this over here, right? And then once it's done, so let me show you if it is that authorized user, like which have that roles to access that particular things, and then how actually they're behaving. So what I will do, simply logged out and just logged in with that admin user, because admin user has that all that permissions to read and write, because we set that rules for admin user. So what is my user? So this is my user, and once I sign in, and once I click that hotel list, now still I am getting that error. Why? Because now if you go back to over here, see, this is that request, right? So this request, I have not passed any authentication token, so we have to send some authentication token, and then we have to see, okay, if I passing that correct token, so that time also it should be access and read the data. If it is not a correct token, that means it does not token has that particular information, so that should not be given that. So let me add that token over here in this request. How we can do that? There is a many ways, right? There's a couple of nice way, but as of now I'll just use as a demonstration perspective. I just create a, I just initialize that client of Firebase client, and then we have to pass that whatever our that URL, and along with this is that configuration. Actually we have to adding some our auth token directly inside this Firebase option. So this Firebase client has a two parameter, one is that configuration, one is that URI. So inside that configuration I have just used this, this is that property which is given this this configuration, and we have to pass the token whatever actually current token we are storing in our local storage. So that I have to read it and pass it to over here. So how we can get it that token? It's simple. I have to just create on the method, that method actually returning the token from my local storage. Now see, this is my local storage service which I have to inject it and get the token from my that local storage key and return back and pass it to the token. That's simple, right? And let me just inject that local storage interface over here. Let me add that interface. I local storage over here and just copy this guy and just use it to over here. Now see, it is working fine now. And now let me run this application and see, because this time I'm getting the token and pass this in this client request, and it should be get the result. So let me do that, run this application one more time and click that, because now see, this time I'm logged in with this admin user, and also I'll show you that token extract in JWT which have that admin roles. And once I click that hotel list, I should able to see, now see, I should able to see that response, like whatever that hotel list I have, I am able to see that. And if I logged out, if I logged in, so let me logged in with this again same user which does not have that admin roles, and that user can able to see or not, right? So let me verify that. So sign in. Once I sign in, now see, I'm just logging with this KKP user which have that only user role, and once I click that hotel list, now I'm getting that still same error, unauthorized error, because this user does not have a roles of that user, right? So now one more rules we have to add over here, like see, as of now only admin user can see that result, right? Means that list. But what I will do now, go back to our rules over here, and in here I will add one more conditions over here, so that only admin user can able to see, as well as that or condition. I will put that or condition that user role also able to see the list, right? So just for demonstration perspective, for understanding perspective, I'm just adding over here. So what I will do simply is admin to is user. So if whatever token have that is user role or is admin roles, so those user actually can have read the data, but write the data only have the permission that admin user, right? So let me publish that and go back to your applications and go back to over here, and nothing we have to do that. Simply what I will do, again go back to that home page, right, and click that hotel list. Now this time I should able to see, because now see, I just add that another rules which user has that user role, so that user can able to see the list. But what happen if I just click that edit, because edit only those user can edit, only admin user can edit, right? So that we have to check it over here. So again we have to just add some implementation so that I can show that message. So where is my edit part? So go to my that add update razor component, and here here I have to again do that same things. For example, edit part, where is my edit part? Okay, so see, this is my edit part, like just after load hotel. Okay, so this is the load hotels, and once I load hotel, this add and update hotels. So here that actually we have to inside that try catch, we have to get that exception. Okay, what is that exception and all, and then we have to set that things, right? So what I can do over now, so again similar things we have to do that in this here, right? So what I can do, simply I just wrap it to try catch block over here first. Let me try to wrap it to try catch block, and in this try catch block we can inside that all that logic, put on the inside that, put that logic over here, right? and then once inside that any exception we can return back to as similar we have done previously. So same things what I will do, I will just return back to that in this error message, and this error message also will create. And also what I need to do, simply just change to stage, call that stage has change method, so that whatever property we have changed, that got changed and reflect in our UI. And one more things we have to do, that just initialize our message on the top, right? And one more thing actually we have to do that over, like, see, this success is true, right? So that if it is false means if it is fails, so we have not set as a false, right? So that we have to do that, so that we will do. But yeah, instead of this, first actually what I will do, I will just declare that error message. So let me just quickly declare that error message on the declare section. So here I simply just declare that error message over here, and once it's done, now I have just create another block over here so that that can show that message. So let me just quickly show that message inside over here, right? And once is that not equal to null, then show me it over here. And also we have to load this, this section. So what I will do, if hotel is null, so also this appearing as a loading appearing, because we have to just load this component completely, then we have to get that error message, right? So what I will do, simply whatever the hotel property, we have to just set if it is null, so it will show over here, else we have to shows this section. So these are just simple logic, we have to put it over here. Yeah, so that is done. Now we are good to go to show in while just add an update, it should be throw that error message, and that error message show to over here, right? So this is error message. Actually, see, there's a two things over here. Now this is a two call, one is called this upload error message, means upload file, and another one is that post, means that whatever data we are trying to post. So same things in the storage level, like, see, the upload section also we have to use that Firebase storage. So then Firebase storage also we can set some of the rules, so that only that particular user can upload file, instead of another user not able to do that. So let me quickly add some rules for the storage level. So go back to again your Firebase console UI, and here you have to go to that storage section, and in this storage section, now see, these are my storage which we have that all that files and folders over here. So what I will do, click on that rules section, and in this rules section I have to add some rules so that nobody can certainly see, as of now only read and write, any user can read and write, so that we have to prevent as well, so that only that user, like, so let me add similar type of conditions over here, but it is a slightly different, little bit different, not a more, but yeah, little bit. So how we can just read and write, so I will separate for read and write. So what I will do, simply just section for read. So this is the read section, right? So in this read section, if request, so there is a request section, request, in this request, like auth, right? In this auth, first I have to check it's not equal to null, right? If it is not equal to null, that user can able to read the data, as well as, and only that admin user and that user, like admin user and normal and admin role or user role can have the read the data, right? So how we can do that, simply again just using the request dot auth dot token, and in this token, whatever we have done and previously, we have to do same things over here, like is admin, if is admin on the token, so in this case if it is true, right? So those user also can have that, can get that read the data, and not and actually, or like, or condition, like the both user, like why either is the admin roles or that user role, so both user can have that access. So what I will do, simply just paste it over here, and let me, okay, no, I have not options to actually collapse it, but yeah, what I can do, simply wrap it over here, this bracket and also and bracket. So either and this first condition should be true, and this condition also should be true. Once this be true, so I am able to read the data, means that storage we can able to read it. And similar we have to do for write, but write only we have to allow access only that admin. So what I can do, simply again, just after semicolon, let me create another section, and in this section what I will do, allow write if, again same conditions, right? But only here admin can access, only admin role can have access to read the data, write the data, right? And once I done, just simply publish it. Once you publish, now go back to your application and go to your upload section, go to that upload section, and in this upload section here it is just calling method, and also there is exception, so we can get that exception over here, whatever exception we are actually getting from that service. Now see, this is my service, we are actually calling that storing that our file in our Firebase storage and get that response over here. So in here already we have just try catch over here. So is there any exception? So what I will do, simply I have to just throw this exception from here, so that I can get that exception from my class, right? So that's why what I can do, that I just throw that exception, is like that, throw exception, and once I throw this exception, I will get that exception from my parent class. So there's my parent class method, and here I will get that exception, and we can just store our message, means whatever our message we want trying to manipulate, so that we can do in here also. So what I will do, simply at over here again we have to do that similar error message, whatever error message we are getting, we have to get it over here, and again we have to just use that after over here try catch, just stage got changed, like whatever property we have to over here we can got change, and we can visible to over here. So this is upload section also we have covered, right? So whatever error we are getting, we have to just getting over here, we have to populate it in our HTML over there, right? And one more thing actually we have to do, that to handle this exception, for example on add update section, right? So in this update section what I need to do, so update section also we have to add some conditions over here, so that we can only, if is any error and all, so suppose for example upload is failed, so it is just returning actually just a string, so it will returning is null. So we have to wrap it some conditions, like only that if it is success, if it is not null, means that image URL we are getting that image URL, then we have to proceed this guy, and once you proceed this guy, so image success should be true, right? And by default it should be false over here. So like this way we have to do that. Similar we have to done over here, like for add update as well. So where is my update? So this is add update, and this is add one. So similar things we have to do over here, and just copy this guy and paste it over here. That's it, right? So now we are good, right? So this is also wrapping, and one more thing, this is also we have covered. So that means whatever error we are getting, we have to get it over here. That's it, right? So let me try to run this application and see in actions. And one more thing actually we have to do that, one more thing actually we have to do that, see. So whatever request, right? So this is that request. So this request also we have to pass some token. So that token, how we can pass it, that token, it's simple. For token perspective, I have to just create initialize again that Firebase client on the top, so that every request, in this request I can get it and I can pass it. So let me stop that. And one more thing actually I missed, that token, getting the token. So instead of creating again and again in component level, we can just create a common common method where we can get the token, right? So that you can do that, but yeah, I will do as a for the demonstration perspective, I'll just adding like this way, but you can do that the better way, you can use the better way. So let me using this guy and just create a namespace, and that's it, right? And one more thing, actually we have to do that in Firebase service, like we are actually see here also we have to pass the token, because this is also as a request we are sending, right? So only valid request we can get that, access that user, which we have to set the rules. So in this case we have to do one more things over here in this Firebase storage. Now see, in this Firebase storage we have that another things, Firebase storage options. So let me put it this guy to over here like new Firebase storage options, and in this Firebase storage option we have that auth token factory, and this auth token factory we have to just pass it to our token as similar we have to done in our over here, right? So let me get, again we have to get the token over here and just call it to after over here and pass this token to here. Let me pass this token over here, and what I need to do, what is complaining over here, yeah, so I just inside that class, not outside this class. So like this, now it is good. And one more thing, yeah, now we have to resolve this storage, this service injected over here in the constructor. So let me create a constructor over there and just initialize that constructor and injecting that service, so that I can call it that service and get that local storage data. And also we can just replace this property or this variable to over here. That's it. Now we are good. Now see, we are passing this request as a token. So whatever token, if it is correct, so it will upload it. If it is not, so that will not upload it, right? So now we are good, I guess. So let me try to run this application and see in actions. So now I'm logged in with normal user. So normal user has only the read facility, but not write facility. So let me check it, like how is write actually it is working or not. So right click on that. Now see, I'm getting some error. Where I'm getting some error? So load hotel by ID, right? So load hotel by ID. So that means once I click edit option, right, edit icon, so it is what you're trying to do, it is getting that hotel ID, and based on the hotel ID I am just getting that retrieve the data from that Firebase. So again we have to do something same things from here, like retrieving data. Again we have to just passing that auth token and all, and then get the data. So let me quickly fix that actually I forget to implement over here. But yeah, so load data, let me just close that, and over here again simple, I just call this Firebase client, right? And in this Firebase client it's simple, again it is just we are calling the child, passing the child and get that response, and that's it, right? So this is done. Now run this application, and now click that hotel list. I'm getting that hotel list, that is fine. Once I click this guy, so now I'm reading, I'm able to get the data. It is perfectly fine because the read options available for this user. And once I try to update something, for example this guy, and change to any file, so see this update that only if you go back to over here, see only write admin can able to upload the data, means write the data, right? So this user does not should have that data, well should have that access. So what I will do, once I click that update, I have to get that error message. Now see, I am getting that error message because I am not able to authorize for this particular user, so that's why I'm getting that error, right? So how can check it, like if it is working fine? So what I will do, simply logged out, right, and logged in with the admin user, and verify that I am able to upload and get the data, right? So let me check it, and logged in with this correct user, admin user, logged in, and once I log in, okay, so this is wrong, I guess. So let me correct my password and sign in. So once I sign in, now I'm logged in with the admin user. Click at the hotel list and click on the edit part. I'm getting the data, and let me choose or change that whatever hotel to this hotel, or just change to that image. And once I update it should be updated. Add update error, yeah, some error over here. So what is that error? So let me check it. So might be something is missing for update, but yeah, it is not error any authentication error, right? That there is no 401 error, but it is just implementation error. So what is that error? Let me quickly debug so that you can get idea actually how is actually flow is working. So let me put over here and go back to over here, go to the hotel list and click this guy and choose any another image and upload that and go to here. Able to this, just debug, yeah, it is fine. It is also perfectly fine. It is go to inside because I have that hotel ID, and in this hotel ID, okay, so yeah, so this is hotel ID, and that once I get that image, I'm able to get that image. Yeah, image also we are getting, but that means upload image perfectly fine. But once I go to here using this, and let me put over here what is the exception actually. So once I call this guy, yeah, it is also true. That means it should not be any issue. Once I continue, yeah, it's perfectly working fine. I don't know what happened that time, but yeah, it is working fine. Let me try to this guy. Might be some issue on that time, but yeah, let me change to this guy. And once I upload, continue, yeah, it is working fine. There's no issue. Might be first time it's loading, it is not load the completely, that's why getting some error. But yeah, now see, I am able to easily upload that image and also retrieve the data, right? That means add, update, delete, everything is working fine. And yeah, so delete also, now see, this is the delete part. So for delete also we can do that, like now I am just, if I trying to delete, so I'm able to delete that, right? So it should not be delete if it is a normal user. So that also we have to check it, like now go to there and check that where is the delete section. So if you go to that list section, there's a list laser page, go to that list laser page, and here the delete section should be over here. Now see, delete section over here, same things we have to do that for the delete. Like we have to pass the token, and the token just checking, okay, it should be delete or not. So that we have to verify, and if it is success, so we have to get it, and not we have to just for that. Let me put it the try catch, and in this try catch block again we have to manipulate same things, like if it is any error, so let me add some error over here, and whatever things we have to do, we have to inside the try catch, and this is done. And also we can just change it to the token. So whatever token, actually it is also fine. Like if you initial level you have just added this guy, so you don't need to do again and again. So it is first time actually while loading this component you just set this token, and also this token will work, you don't need to define again over here. But yeah, it is the better actually if you can just adding over here, that's also fine. But like this way it should be fine. Okay, so now this delete also, it's perfectly working fine. And same things we have to do that, details one. So go to the details ones, detail page, right? Because there is a detail section as well. So if you go to over here, click over the detail section, now you are getting that error because the details we have not passing any token. So that also we have to just do that over here as like we have done, right? So same things we have to done over here, like we have to wrap this over here. For first actually we have to wrap it over here like this, and then else over that, and we have to declare this variable. So let me just quickly declare this variable over here like this way, and then we have to just create now before calling this guy, So we have to just try catch over there, and in this try catch we have to pass and decorate in our token. We get the token passing this Firebase client and call this function. After that we have to call that function, and we have also create the token to get the token over here like this way, and that's it, right? And also just add that message, whatever message we want to show. So let me show that message over here. This is that message, and just add it over here like that. Okay, this is also perfectly working. It should be working fine. So let me try now stop this application, and just first let me check in with the admin user. Okay, is there some issue? So yeah, I think we have to inject it that iLocal storage service, which is I need to declare on the top. Let me declare in the top and bring back that namespace. Let me bring back that namespace and run this application. Let me check with the admin. It should work fine in our admin local list, in his hotel list, and click on the details. So now I'm getting the details. Now see, I'm getting because I'm admin user, and once I back to list over here, if I try to delete, also it should be delete, right? But I will, before delete, I'll just try to add another hotel, like for example this hotel, add hotel image, and just create. So once I create, continue, so it should be created. Now see, this new hotel got created, and if I try to delete, I should able to delete as well. Now see, there's a one problem actually. See, once I delete, so it's got delete everything, like all the data. So what is that problem? Problem is here, while over here, like for our add and update, actually we have not, actually I want to show you one thing over here. So go to that add update, and in this add update, see, this is that problem actually. So while actually we are using that post, so in this post what they're trying to do, always create a new ID along with our ID, like whatever actually our child thinks. So we have to just use the put instead of that. We have to using that instead of post, we have to using that put. So that put actually, if it is new, so new data, it will just create it. If it is just updated, so also will be updated, right? And main benefit is like whatever data I want to actually create, so they will do just create in ourselves, right? Like suppose I want to create that child data, so that they will able to create as per our requirement. So that's why I prefer this method, like this put async method. And one logic actually we have to add over here, so that we can just edit a common ID, like see the common ID, like hotel ID, right? So if it is update, so that is fine because we have that hotel ID. But once I create a new hotel, so that time also I'm just creating a new ID, which I will add as a hotel ID, right? And that hotel ID we have to pass it over here. And what I need to do, one more thing actually we have to do that over here, like child, I will use see, I just pass it as a child, right? So same things we can do that over here, like I can pass it over child. So let me just pass it the child as well. So let me slash, or we can use it as child like this way. We can use directly child method over here and pass it to that this hotel ID, whatever we have just created, so that it will just create a common child object for that, similar like as like update as like add it, right? Previously actually what we're trying to do, whatever actually we are using that post method, which will create a new child along with whatever we are passing. So that is actually mismatch or restructuring data, means data structuring was wrong. So that's why we are getting that issue. So but now let me save it and run it and see, it should be work as expected. Okay, so now if you go to that hotel list, there is no hotel. So let me quickly add a new hotel, for example this, let me add this hotel, create that, continue that, and it should be created. Now it's got created. Let me add one more hotel so that we can test it. that should not be delete all that hotels together, right? So that was a problem. So what I can do, create this hotel, create new. So now it should be created, and also it is a debugging mode. So let me just remove the debugging mode, continue. Now it's got created. Now two hotel got created. Now if I delete one, so it should be delete only one, not all the hotels. So now see, this time only delete one hotels. So that also you can verify in your Firebase DB. So that is fine. Now what I will do, let me just create another hotel, so that because another user not able to create the hotels, right? So how we can delete that? So that's why I just create another hotel, for example this guy. And once I create it, now we are good, we have the two hotels. Now log out this one and go to that, another user which does not have a read and write operation and delete operation. So what I will do, let me logged in with this user, and this user does not have a permission to delete and read. So that I want to show you. Okay, so now this is that user which does not have, click that hotel list. That user only can read the data. But once I try to okay, also I think it is details. Yeah, details, that user also details roles, because that read operation, that is fine. But once I try to add it, now try to edit something, for example this guy, it should not be actually. Now see, I'm getting that exception. And once I continue, now see, I am getting that 401, right? This is expected. And similar things we have to do for that delete. Like once I try to delete, once I yes, I am getting that unauthorized error, because this user does not have that authorized error, right? And one more test we have to do that, because we have, see, this user, for example this user has only that read user, right? Because we have just mentioned in the rules only user user and admin can read the data. But suppose I have to logged in some other user which does not have that admin and user, what would be happen? So that I will show you over here. Just simply logged out and just logged in with that another user which have that does not have that user. So for this, what I will do, go to that list section and go to top and see there's another user which have that HR role, right? So what I will do, simply in this here I just add that HR and save it, and just stop that and run it, and just logged in with that HR role and see in actions what would be happen over here. So let me logged in with that HR role. So HR role says, this user as that HR role, which I will show you in this JWT decoding, and just logged in with this. So okay, so this user, what is that password? This is my password. Sign in. Now sign in this user, and also first I'll show you what actually role contain in this user. So let me copy this token and go to the JWT site, and in the JWT site I should able to see the token information. Now see, this token have that HR, like that means this user has that HR role, and in this, if it is HR role, so that means does not have to read the data. Now see that they are not able to read the data, and they are not able to write the data, so nothing he can do that, right? So now I think the implementation done. So what I need to do, even this user does not have that user authentication as well, that is perfectly fine. Now what I will do, let me close that and run this application, all that platform. Like this is, as you know, this is that .NET Blazor hybrid application, right? So which have that all that platform, right? The Mac, iOS, Windows, Android, and so on, so right. So let me just try to run together all that here and see in action. So first I will run this application in our what is called web application. So run it without debugging mode. So now my application got running, and let me logged out, and in the web application which user I want to logged in, I want to logged in. This is that this user like KKP, yeah, KKP user, which have that user role only. So user role and logged in with that user role. So this user role, why I forget always that password. So let me try to logged in. Yeah, so user role, I logged in that user role. So user role only can have that access to read but not able to access to write the data. So that I will show you. So that I will show you the together. So let me first logged in with all that application. So that is done. Now go to that window application. So let me run the window application. Now my application got running. Here my application, and let me logged in the admin user. So window application, I will logged in with the admin user and simple the password. So this is my password, sign in. So this is admin user, so which have that permission to see that user management as well. So now see that this user the user which have that admin HR role, this KKP user has that user role, and this admin user has a admin role, right? And like that, if I click that hotel list, so this admin role can do anything. There's a no restriction. So let me logged in now. Let me actually run this application in Android application as well. So let me run, this is a Android application, and then we'll show you all that platform how actually working for the all these three user. Okay, my application got running on that Android application, and let me logged in with the HR user role, right? So what is that HR user role? Like simply user gmail.com, and password would be, this is my default password, sign in. So once I sign in, now I am able to see, once I click that user list, I'm not authorized, but once I click the hotel list, I'm getting that unauthorized error. So let me minimize this guy and let me show you. This is the window application, this is that Android application, and this is that web application. Also let me just getting the web application over here. Now see, this is my three applications, right? And this is admin user. So let me test with the admin user. So admin user can do anything, right? So what I will do, let me edit something over here for the admin user. Choose another image. So for Windows I have that for example, for testing perspective, which have that this image, I want to change this image to this image, and also just update this guy and just update it. So once I update it, it should be updated over here. Now see, updated with the name along with that image, right? And this is admin, so that means admin can do anything. Same things over here. So let me just refresh so that I can get that right data. Now see, I'm getting the right data, but once this user does not have that right permission for web application, I logged in. So once I try to same things from here, for example, let me create edit over here. For example, choose this image and change to back to this guy, whatever we have done, and once I update, definitely I will get that error, and that error is like, okay, you are unauthorized, right? So like this user also perfectly working fine. And this is that HR role which does not have that read and write operations, means permission. So that user does not have that is here. So that means this application, this complete .NET Blazor hybrid application actually working fine with this complete feature, like user management, hotel management, and also role authentication, authorization, role based authorization, and also that protect your data in Firebase. The complete application we have to build in this series. So till now, thank you, have a nice day, and don't forget to like, subscribe and share.